So, welcome back to Ace Attorney, Game 2, Case 2, and we are just right now in the official break from the courtroom because we need to analyze if there is poison involved in the case. Again, how many poison will they throw at us? So yeah. Let's see where this is going. The Memoirs of the Clouded Kokoro. Kokoro. I have a question. Isn't that the place where we live? Why is it so empty? Give me a second. So I have something to drink. Ah, yes. There we go. Oh yeah, by the way, for this YouTube video there and the series, it's called Mau Makan Apa, which is Indonesian, and it basically means, what do you want to eat? No, it's Susie. Ah. Phew, I made it back in just one piece. I know that's not what it says. I don't care. To be perfectly honest, I thought we were finished there for a while. Oh, I know. What a lot of close shaves. There are so many carriages on the streets of London. You were very nearly flattened several times. Thank you for the following, Matt. Oh, no, I didn't mean that. Yes, I know. It was a marvelous defense, Naruhoto-san. It really was. I was in awe of you. Oh, thank you. And now that your fervent exploits have won us some more precious investigation time, let's see if we can find some new clues for the court tomorrow. Yes, let's do that. Is everything alright? I suppose. I still can't quite believe it, that's all. That I'm here, in England, working as a lawyer, I mean, in the Old Bailey, no less. The truth is, it shouldn't be me, should it? It should be him standing in my shoes. It should be Kazuma. It was Kazuma-sama's wish that you follow him to the Great Britain and work alongside him. Yeah, I mean, I never had the chance to ask him exactly why, but he clearly had a plan. I wouldn't be here today if it wasn't for him. And you're doing wonderfully, Naruhodo-san. I've no doubt that Kazuma-sama would say exactly the same. Can I English? I don't know. I've no doubt that Kazuma-sama would say exactly the same if he were here with us. Thank you, Susie. Thank you. Converse. No! Today's trial. It was quite a shock earlier today, wasn't it? When the victim himself turned up in court and took the stand. I know. Not only that, but the finding out that he is actually a bare-faced gas thief as well. Yes, that was certainly a surprise to us all. For a while, it seemed as though everyone had quite forgotten about Sasuke poisoning the tea. Careful of your phrasing, Susie. He didn't poison anything. And there's more to this Mr. Shemspeare than we yet know, I'm sure of it. Mr. Britney Spears certainly wasn't the noble, upstanding man everyone thought he was at first. What's become of him, actually? I was told he'd be returning to the hospital ward where he was receiving treatment. Oh, which one is that? Why would you write it into a book that already has information in it? Let me see. Ah yes, he's at St. Bartholomew's, or Bart's as Londoners call it. We know that place, don't we? Yes, we visited Miss Green there yesterday. It's the same hospital to which she was taken. Ah yes, after Sasuke stabbed her in the back. Do be careful of your phrasing, Naruhodo-san. He didn't stab anyone. Perhaps we both owe Sasuke an apology. St. Bart's. Yes, we should probably visit the hospital later. What's next? So, we know that Sasuke took the tea to the victim on the night in question. But as he isn't a culprit, then obviously... Yes, the poison surely wasn't in the tea. Because there is no poison, it's a gas leak. Ah. But if that's the case, how on earth did the poison get into Mr. Shemspeare's body? Right, but we have proven he has poison in his body, which is weird. I'm sure we'll find a clue at the scene. There must be something in Mr. Britney Spears' room that will help solve the mystery. Well, naturally, Scotland Yard detectives have been over the place already. But it couldn't hurt for us to have another look around, I think. Definitely. And I'm desperate to know the outcome of the investigation into the tea left in the bar soap. Well, if we run into Inspector Greggs, we could ask him about that. Kazuma's wishes. Kazuma Azugi, the best friend I ever had, and a lawyer with such promise. He really saved my bacon. My bacon? Really? That's what he's saying? Why did the music suddenly stop? He really saved my bacon in that horrible incident just before we left Japan. I can still picture him now, looking so fierce and determined in court. And then, after the trial, that crazy idea he came up with. As a stowaway? Yes, you can fit inside my trunk if you curl up small enough, I'm sure. No one will know. Kazuma, you won't tell me why. Why go to these lengths so that I can accompany you to Great Britain? Well, it's been on my mind ever since we got through the trial. That you really ought to go into law, be a defense lawyer. But what if I want to be an offense lawyer? An offense lawyer? This motherfucker is responsible for the death for this poor victim. What a swine! You've got a natural talent for it. Believe me, I guarantee it. But I've never even thought about becoming a lawyer. Well, I can't force you, obviously. You'll have to decide for yourself. But anyway, London is the cultural capital of the world, the city at the forefront of everything. It can't hurt for you to see it with your own eyes. Oh, that's true. I suppose, though. If you ever were to become a lawyer, then one day... One day what? Oh, no, never mind. Runa-san? Oh, sorry, I was just thinking about Kazuma. Yes. He's forever in my thoughts, too. To change the Japanese 2D system for the better, that was his dream. And that's why he so desperately wanted to come to Great Britain to study, of course. Yes, that's right. But... Yes? I do wonder if his true intentions lay elsewhere sometimes. I don't know, the thought just takes hold of me every now and then, that's all. Yes, yes. Kazuma's true intentions. Runo-san, what do you mean Kazuma-sama's true intentions? I mean, this. His katana? I never expected to inherit this sword after Kazuma passed away, of course. No, I know. It was because I asked you to take it. When I have it at my side in court, I feel as though it gives me courage. Yes. Actually, the night before he died, he told me a little about the sword. Flashback time. Karuma? That's right. It's a prized sword that has been passed down through the generations of the Asogi clan. A Japanese man's word, word. A Japanese man's sword is his soul, Ryu. I can't be parted from my katana. Yes, you can. Karuma guides me. I truly believe that. The nine-tailed fox Karuma. So, its name compels its wielder to slice evil in two? Not that you would need much compelling. On that subject, there's something very important that I have to do in Great Britain. Something you have to do? Yes. I'd appreciate you seeing it through with me. Sleeps with sword in hand, dies when rolling over. Well, if it's sheeted, you will not die from it. Oh, of course I will. Whatever it is, I'll see it through to the end with you. I knew you wouldn't let me down. What did he mean by something very important that I have to do? I had hoped the answer to that question would become apparent when we arrived here, but if you ever want to cut some potatoes, do what Engi says. Engi, Engiweir, and literally put the katana into bed with the potatoes next to it. Next day you will have perfectly sliced potatoes. As yet, I found nothing. It's a sentence. It's in front of you. Read it. As yet, I've not found a single clue. Good job. You pass English. I see. Right. Hello, Bob. How are you doing? Places knife and potato in a box and closes lid. Count to 10. Open box potato will be peeled and sliced. Wow. Imagine the efficiency at restaurants. I actually don't want to investigate anything here, if I'm perfectly honest. Perhaps we should put this spade away somewhere. That's not a spade, Bruno-san. It's a shovel. No, shovels are for digging. That's for scooping up loose materials. It's a spade. No, spades are for digging. That's for scooping up loose material. It's a shovel. Well, it doesn't really matter, does it? You're so right, Bruno. We mustn't quarrel over such trifles. On reflection then, I think I'll leave this spade where it is. Yes, I think that's for the best. We may need a shovel when we are working in the garden. Haha, hee hee, smile. So funny. I don't know if I wanted like a bunch of onions in my living room. But okay. These tanks are for keeping sea creatures. They're called aquariums and they were all the rage in London at the time apparently. Yes, the English are so clever, coming up with the idea of having ocean life on display in the home, says the Japanese girl. And it means you can always have an emergency midnight feast on hand too. I'm not sure that's really the idea. Oh, Susie, you don't know your future yet. I heard there's another room behind that door. Yes, it's my bedroom, Naruhodo-san, as you well know. Shall I help you unpack your things? That's very kind, but no, thank you. Your luggage looked very heavy. Are you sure I can't help you move it? That's very kind, but really, no, thank you. A young maiden's private chamber is a place of bittersweet secrets, you know. Okay, Mrs. Drama Queen. The only secret I have is the 5 yen banknote hidden on the backside of my Daruma doll. Susie has no secret box in her luggage. Ah. You can go everywhere. This is scary. Let's go to Sholmes' suite, which we are definitely not going to regret. There we go, of course.
Oh, Runo and Susie, hooray, you're back.
This girl is scary. Hello, Iris. You're in fine spirits, as always, I see.
I am, and you look as immaculately presented as ever, Susie.
Oh, you flatter me.
Well, you couldn't have come at a better time. I've just made a pot of tea. I'll set some cups.
Really? Thanks, Iris. That's what I say. Really? Thanks, Iris. But actually, what is that foul smell? Aha! The Wanderers return at last. Where on earth have the pair of you been? We've been in court? Oh, for Mr. Mustache's case. That was today, was it? I'm sure I mentioned it only yesterday, Mr. Sholmes. I'm sure you did. Ha 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 ha. I hate when text boxes just move ahead. Unless it's the situation of like, and here I am. No! Well, we can laugh about it now. So tell me, how did the trial go? Reasonably well so far. We've managed to escape without a guilty verdict at least. Really? I would have liked to see it. And I must pass the time of day with Mr. Reaper again. It's been too long. Slotvan seeks an acquaintance, Mr. Sholmes? Naturally. There's not a person in the world who doesn't know my name, Mr. Naruhodo. Not quite what I asked, but still. Mr. Sholmes, whatever is that odor? Yes, what is it? It's faint, but absolutely awful. Ah, indeed, that's the scent of victory, my dear fellows. Victory in science. Oh dear. Alright, I'll bite. What's he up to now? Lord Van Zieks. Lord Barack Van Zieks. Yes, it's an interesting sobriquet he has, isn't it? The Reaper of the Bailey. Once the legendary prosecutor has fought for someone's conviction, the person is doomed. Even if he or she is found not guilty by the courts, sooner or later the hapless soul will vanish from the capital. But vanish how exactly? By falling under a passing carriage or drowning in the Thames, or succumbing to a sudden fever, or quite out of the blue being set upon by a highwayman. There are numerous routes to one's final terminus, my dear fellow. It all seems a little far-fetched, really. Well, on the bright side, Mr. Mustache is fighting fit, for the time being at least. That's not overly reassuring. If the rumors are true, though, the obvious conclusion would surely be that those acquitted are, well, by Lord Van Ziek's own hand. As it happens, Miss Susie, that is quite impossible. Oh, why? Naturally, the man very quickly came under such suspicion. However, whenever these incidents occurred, the Reaper always had a cast iron alibi. Really? And so his reign continued, but 5 years ago, he vanished from the courts, never to appear as a prosecutor again. That is, until you arrived in the country, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, so I've heard. In fact, it was the very day I arrived when I was thrust into that trial at the Old Bailey. That bitter fight to the death coincided with the Reaper's resurrection. And really did end bitterly indeed. And here you are, facing Mr. Reaper again.
Poor Rudo. I don't know if you're just incredibly unlucky or incredibly unlikable.
Wow. I think it goes deeper than just me. I sense a general loathing of all Japanese people. What? You think racism doesn't exist? Foul smell. So, what is that indescribably foul smell? Oh, well, most probably this, I would say. What is that? My dear fellow, it is, of course, my latest invention. A chemical test that can identify whether or not a tea is genuine at the drop of some tea. Oh, how inconvenient. Oh my. There are some unscrupulous sorts of manning or the stalls along some of the London's less frequent streets. They regularly sell what purports to be high quality tea, but is in fact merely dyed leaves of drab flavor. Well, that's certainly unsavory behavior. So when one is presented with what appears to be black tea, one must be careful. Iris? Why is she putting on the goggles?
At the ready, Hurley.
Let us add a drop of my chemical to this cup of tea here. Do you see what happens? It's turned completely black. And what a foul odor it's giving off. Indeed, the blacker the tea becomes and the more foul the odor, the better the tea is. Shouldn't it be the other way around, which would be whatever? It would appear that this cup was particularly fine Darjeeling. That's very ingenious, but what do you do with that black liquid now? Why? Dispose of it naturally. Surely you wouldn't like to drink it, would you? There does seem to be a rather obvious problem with your new invention, Mr. Sholmes. Hence why this chemical test is merely a test, my dear madam. Right. The point is, we are entering a new era of science in the world of criminal investigation also. Yes, forensic science. Oh, these are such exciting times. I regularly engage in this scientific experimentation alongside my unofficial consulting detective work. The Sherlock-Holmes method will be the foundation upon which modern investigative techniques is based. The Sherlock-Holmes method will be the foundation upon which modern investigative technique is based. I don't know. I look at this sentence and think to myself it should be the Sherlock-Holmes method will be the foundation upon which this modern investigative technique is based on. Or will be based. I don't know. I'm missing at least a word in this sentence. Because when you just say upon which modern investigative technique is based, it would be like which modern investigative techniques are based. Oh, whatever. This little T in indicant? It's not in what is this word? English. Today you learn. This is a grammar mistake. It says indicant. Indicant is not an English word. So it means actually incident. This little T incident was a happy byproduct of my ongoing forensic science research. Forensic science? I suppose I should find out more about that. No, we already know what it is. Japanese people. With Mr. Sasuke, who I'm currently defending, being Japanese as well, as Miss Susie and myself, I felt it even more keenly in court today. For some reason, Lord Van Zeek seems to have an inherent disdain of the Japanese. Indeed. It is an interesting observation. Do you know something about it? Do you, Mr. Sholmes? It was about 10 years ago that Barak Van Zeek chose to enter legal profession. However, before that time, the young man's closest companion hailed from the Empire of Japan. What the? Tell us more, Mr. Sholmes. What happened? I believe I've made it clear before. I'm unable to tell you anything about the affair. No, you just refuse. Oh, but... The veil will be lifted on the events of the past in due course, I have no doubt. Oh no, he's foreshadowing an upcoming case. For now, however, it is Mr. Mustache who is most deserving of your attention, I believe. Forensic science. So, your t-test, is that an example of forensic science? Indeed it is. An essential tool in cases that hinge on the knowledge of whether some tea is of high or inferior quality. Not a huge number of cases then. Perhaps a more practical example is required. Fingerprints? Not yet accepted in our courts as evidence, I might add. Really, we are dragging our heels there. Fingerprints are not accepted as evidence back then? That's pretty weird. Kind of understandable, but still weird, right? I hadn't even heard of them until recently. What? You know what fingertips are, right? Which is partly why I undertake research in this field myself, of course. Does that mean you're studying fingerprints, Mr. Sholmes? Take mine! Cuts it off. There are others in that field already, and I abhor the company of inferior minds. No, what I'm researching is skin prints. Skin prints. A nomenclature of my own design, as this chemical agent makes it possible. First, you pour the acid all over the person, and if the skin is dissolving, then it's clearly their skin print. That does make sense. I know! You forensic breakthrough elbow prints. Oh no. Speaking actually of forensic breakthroughs, I find it inherently interesting and inherently scary that today we can actually take a room and do like... We can take a room and basically have like a particle analysis of the room, and we can perfectly tell from which point a gun has been shot at which direction, because all of that like leaves small little residue back in the room. But you can now literally reconstruct an entire shooting scene with this technique. And yes, that is not science fiction. This exists. And that is kind of scary when you think about it, that now they can even recreate this with just some analyzers of small particles in a room. It's crazy. At this point, you have to ask yourself, like, why even committing any crimes anymore? Because apparently forensic becomes so fucking good that it is almost impossible to make it to get away with a crime. I mean, it's not foolproof, clearly, but it's crazy what we can do today with forensic. It instantly reveals objects touched by whichever person is under investigation. It instantly reveals objects touched by whichever person is under investigation. So it's basically a kind of luminol? All I need now is a UV lamp. What is an UV lamp? Oh, it's a tool that will be developed in like 50 years. Brilliant, Mr. Sholmes. As long as it doesn't turn everything completely odorous and black. I assure you, my dear fellow, you will witness my forensic talents in action very soon indeed. Foreshadowing. Well, I think we should go back to the scene and see if we can uncover any new clues.
That's the spirit, Bruno. See you later.
Yes, until later. No, Mr. Sholmes, we were thinking you would come with us. You were? Yes, of course. You said just so a moment ago. You said you would. You said we'd witness your forensic talents in action. Ah, yes, I do recall saying something along those lines. But you go ahead. I shall be sure to follow you later, in all likelihood. Probably. Maybe. Well, I might. Your commitment astounds me. Oh, thank you, Mr. Sholmes. We will eagerly await your arrival. Bye-bye, Bruno. Bye, Susie. Let's just run. Let's not examine anything. I just go from top to bottom for the most part. Let's go to the hospital first. Elbow prints. It's killing me. Big rat. What do you suppose is happening? It sounds like some sort of disturbance. Yeah, I hear angry voices. I don't even want to. Have you ever heard of breakfast, morning, lunch? Be not angry, O ample lady, verily thou art mistaken. Mistaken, my foot! You were looking at my painting! The eye of man hath not heard, the ear of man hath not seen. 'Twas foul indeed, the poison that mustached villain gaveth me. Forgive me, lady. I wish you would die. You died from that poison. Wow. God in mercy, ample lady, but thou seest I have vigor still. I fucking hate this clown. Behold my Shemspeare dance. This looks rather ominous, doesn't it? No, don't smile. No, don't talk to me. Ah, Lord, this the lawyer from the land whence riseth the sun. How now? What are you doing here, Mr. Britney Spears? Mary, I do believe I am returned onto another ward. He was looking, that was he doing, looking at my terrible work. Eastern fellow, so dark ye clad. What? Faith, thy work in court is this morning was wonderful. I do applaud thee. Oh, well, thank you. Holy shit, he just bent that thing. But that doesn't mean things will go so wonderfully for you tomorrow, does it? The fuck, bro? Anon, what? What is this word? Anon, exon. What? Speak English, you sham. Go away and never mention a word to anyone ever again. Mr. Britney Spears might technically be the victim in this case, but there's definitely a lot more to it than that. It's very hard to pin the man down. I'm so sorry. I'm such an awful person. Ah, Miss Green. Is everything alright? Oh, yes. I mean, don't worry about me. They're about to discharge me, so I must get ready to leave now. Oh, I see. We are delighted that you'll soon be well enough to go home, Miss Green. I wish I could talk. Oh dear, you're too kind. I don't deserve it. Oh god, you want me to examine this room and I hate it. So, are you feeling more like yourself today, Miss Green? I am, thank you. I mean, people do recover from ordeals like this, don't they? Even people like me. Well, yes, it really was an ordeal, wasn't it? As far as I'm concerned, I was just walking along in the snow one evening, minding my own business. And then, completely out of the blue, I was struck in the back by a knife and collapsed unconscious for days. Of course, when I finally woke up again yesterday, the whole business had been cleared up already. What a terrible week it's been for you. Oh no, I'm very lucky, really. I'll look back on this fondly. Really? Anyway, I must be getting my things together now, so I'm ready to be discharged. Oh, yes, of course. Sorry to take up your time when you're obviously busy. Mau mau. Okay, I didn't press that. but I had my hand on the wrong keys. Keys, keys, keys. Okay. No. We are not going to his room yet. We're also not going to the... We first go to the road. It's actually animated, but you barely notice it. Interesting. Sure. Let's examine. Maybe something new. Why are we talking about this bicycle again? Why is this bicycle with one bigger wheel and a smaller wheel? I mean, the very first bicycles had like huge wheels in front and a small wheel behind, but why would you make the next iteration still like this? Then again, I have no idea about the history of bicycles. There always seems to be a bicycle outside of the residence. I read that bicycles are extremely popular all over Great Britain at the moment, in fact. Hi Suba, how are you doing? How's it going in this new week? That one seems very warped though, especially the front wheel. I'm okay. That's good. Is that to make it more of a challenge to ride, do you think? Why is our character so... you know, so... No, I'm afraid that might be the result of the rider's incompetence. For the front wheel to be so badly warped, I'm afraid the rider may have been similarly afflicted. Then there's a good chance Mr. Saskia has been practicing on this bicycle, I think. Oh dear, I fear you might be right. Did you sleep well, Suba? Nothing else here. Why does the description says beans on your face? Could be better. It says beans on your face because why not? Beans on your face make you happy. You know? You have a kitty and the kitty takes its paw and puts it on your face and goes like, "Mom, beans on your face." Beans. Mr. appears to be out. Oh well, I suppose we'll just have to come back again later. I have a better question. How are we how are we able to enter his apartment at any given time? Does he not close his door? Or lock his door? Thank you for the laugh. You're welcome. We probably shouldn't poke around in here whilst Mr. Curta is out. Sounds reasonable. How is his wife doing, which is probably in jail by now? Whoops. Okay, that's all we have here. Let's go to prison. Oh god, we're gonna talk to Sasuke. Oh no. Are you done saying character in that way? Never. No. I always say character that way. Oh, Mr. Sasuke is back. So he is. Mr. Sasuke, hello. The character cracks me up. Okay, good. I do something right then. That's a new face I haven't seen with him. I'm a cat. No, you're not. I'm a cat. Shut up. You will never be a cat. Sorry? I don't know who Mr. Sasuke is, or Sherlock Holmes. I don't know about courts or trials or Old Baileys. Soski? Soski Scrunch? You mean Sasuke? I'm a cat. That's what I am. Just a cat. I agree on that. Like, sometimes life would be nice if you were just a cat. Mr. Naruhodo, he's trying to escape from reality. Put your beans in his face. Okay. Trying to? He already has, completely. So, what's your name then? As yet I have no name. Nice to meet you, no name. Mr. Naruhodo, he hasn't fully thought out his new identity yet. Maybe it's not too late to bring him back to reality, out of this terrible furry fandom he's in. What? You think you could open your eyes for us, Mr. Sasuke? You know, I like him better when he closes his eyes. Whenever his eyes are open, he's just like a mess. I'm not a cat. It worked. He's back in the real world. What's going on? What's going to become of me? No! Don't answer that. It's obvious. My accursed soul is never going to escape this accursed fate. Mr. Sasuke, no! This morning's proceeding in court proved that there's hope. Yes, locum student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire was brilliant, but... The Reaper is omnipresent in court, in my logics. Here, there, everywhere. This guy doesn't get arrested a lot more. Get arrested a lot more than the average. That is true. I mean, he was arrested for a case, then he was found not guilty, and a day later he gets arrested again for attempted murder. It kind of sucks. What's he looking straight at me for? I think perhaps there's some things we should discuss. Oh, yes, we must. You know, the best part about this character is he looks like a mix out of Charlie Chaplin and a very young Albert Einstein. But he looks like no kind of Japanese person. Let's converse. I can't wait. This morning's trial. In my whole life, have I ever been so moved as I was today? No. Of course, if I cast my mind back, there were perhaps 1 or 2 other occasions that moved me more. But if you just block those out, then today, being in that courtroom was... It kind of makes me think of sad Stalin. It was the most moving experience of my life, locum student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire. You're too kind. Scotland Yard found the remaining tea, just as we deducted, and are analyzing it as we speak. There's nothing wrong with the tea. They won't find a drop of poison in it. That's a solemn sworn Sasuke's certainty. Tell me, did you both drink the tea at the same time that night? Oh yes, most definitely. Remember, drink tea while it's hot. And drop it like it's hot. We both poured it down our throats like it was a hot bath for our bellies. And at the time you were both completely fine. As shown by the fact that he and Mr. Britney Spears then engaged in the Romeo and Juliet match. I suppose the focus of tomorrow's proceedings will be how the poison was taken by the victim then. Mr. Britney Spears. That rotten Britney Spears. What have I ever done to him? You don't recall him taking issue with you over anything you've done recently? I've been holed up in my room, immersed in my books. I don't recall anything at all. Right. But what I don't understand is why he didn't let me know sooner. Let you know what, Mr. Sasuke? About the soap, of course. What else? Oh dear. Are you struggling with such a meager stipend? Yes, he does. Okay. Of course I am, if I had money. I would buy a subscription to Disney Plus. I wouldn't have chosen to live an accursed existence in such an accursed lodgings. Oh yes, you said it, because the place is cursed, that is, Oh yes, you said it's because the place is cursed that it's so cheap, didn't you? Exactly, especially the room that I rent. The spirit of that capital offender who lived there still haunts the place and it's trying to kill me. Or it's a gas leak. Capital offender? I might ask locum student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire that the next time you visit me, you bring scores of super soft soaps. You know, as we have established that Mr. Britney Spears basically is making fake coins with ice to get all the gas he wants for free, and we have established this now, you can be assured that the gas company is going to change their service contract with everybody and saying like, if you use gas and we don't find the amount of money that you owe us, you will become responsible and we sue you. Okay, this is already everything. Which is weird because I thought we would, you know... Do I want to present something to him? Maybe this. Let's see what he says about this. Mr. Sasuke, it's nothing much, but... it's been too long since I've been offered a present with that delightfully humble etiquette in our homeland. What? You're too kind. I accept it gladly. Sorry, but I wasn't trying to give it to you, actually. Oh, I expected that he would say something about it and not expect me to give him money. The reason he basically reacted like that, because in Japan it's normal that you formally, if you give someone money, you don't give them just money, you usually put it in an envelope and then hand it over to them. Yeah, I don't think we have anything else to do here. Let's go here. Oh god, it's Gregsy. Oh, hello again, Inspector Greggs. Well, we were hoping to have another look around, actually. The lawyer representing the defendant has a right to examine the scene, as I'm sure you are aware. Oh, yes, one other thing. The soap on the ledge outside of the window. Did you find it, with the tea in it? Yeah, baby, she was here. I knew it. That's wonderful news, thank you. Sorry? Okay. Also, look, Mr. Sholmes is also here. Okay, let's just start somewhere. If you ran out of change, you wouldn't even have any light, let alone heat. For the needy, London's winter can be very harsh. That's true, but if you think about it, even the wealthy would find themselves freezing if they ran out of small change. London's winters can be very harsh for the forgetful too, then. Frankly, I'm starting to wonder if Susie and I are going to make it to spring. Dude, you have an oven in your attic. It's not a big one. but you're not going to run out of change, since you just put wood in your oven.
That's true. We don't even have a meter at Baker Street, let alone a gas stove.
Look how dark the stain on the floor is underneath the meter here, there.
Yes, from all the water draining out after the ice coins melted, as you established in the court this morning.
It's a very large and obvious stain, isn't it?
Mr. Britney Spears must have used an awful lot of coins, I suppose.
It was an ingenious idea, I'll give him that. It was. Until it wasn't. The ill-fated teacups from which the two men drank on the ill-fated night. Why are the cups back here? They're also in my court record stuff. So why are they back in? Also, the envelope is also there. I actually didn't want to move forward, so I missed a part of the text. Unless I can bring it back with the history.
During their heated literary debate, yes.
Who's stronger, Romeo or Juliet? It sounds like it was quite a discussion.
Now I think of it, I'm sure that the two lovers in the play ended their lives with poison.
That's fiction, Miss Susie. Let's hope it stays that way. Sun never shines in this room thanks to that depressing bricked up window.
Yet, with enough determination, you can always remove the bricks to set some soap outside, can't you?
Sounds like a very wise life lesson, Miss Susie.
Only if you plan to follow a life of crime, Mr. Naruhodo.
Okay, let's first go a little bit to the left. Okay, nothing. Okay. Mr. Sholmes, what are you up to here? What a question indeed. Was it not your good self who asked me to attend the scene? Oi! Oi! What are you up to over there? What are you doing here? Dear me, once a great detective, one is always under scrutiny, it seems.
Is now the time, Mr. Sholmes? Are you about to show us your forensic talents in action as you promised?
With greatest of pleasure, my dear madam. Time to pour some chemicals on the floor. What's all this? All this is precisely what you requested, Mr. Naruhodo. Sherlock Sholmes' sensational skin print seeker gun. He's going to use that. Doesn't he need to, like, literally pulverize the entire room? Moments ago, I took a sample from the teacup that was used by the victim.
A sample from Mr. Britney Spears' cup?
Each individual leaves microscopic secretions on everything he or she touches. A sample of those secretions is all I need to produce this, a refined indicator solution. By liberally spraying the room with this chemical, everything the victim touched is instantly revealed with the aid of these goggles.
So it is basically UV goggles. No, actually not. It's not UV goggles. It's infrared goggles. Basically.
Yeah, try them on. There, now spray the chemical indicator about and all will be revealed.
Spray? How? How do I do that exactly?
A little press of space on the area you're interested in is all that's required, like this.
What is that stuff? It's like fog.
A suspension of the chemical indicator in a pressurized gas. It's the most efficient way to cover a large area. That was another invention I discovered incidentally whilst I was developing this idea.
As you do.
Go ahead, try it, my dear fellow. We may learn something interesting about the victim's movements on the night in question.
Well, there's nothing to lose, I suppose. Let's explore. Look, there are dozens of handprints here. So there are...
So there are, a great many indeed. So much that it's hard to make out any individual print, in fact.
It sends a chill down my spine. Perhaps he was leaning against the wall while he admired his picture?
Unlikely, I would say. It's rather a dull scene after all. Unlike when Bob is drawing a scene that is rather not dull.
Hello there, Bob. Stretchies, you say? Okay. Cheers, Bob. And without wishing to state the obvious, you wouldn't generally admire a picture from such a close quarters, I feel. Oh, very true, Miss Susie. It's a bit of a mystery then. Oh look, look. Oh, look at all this here.
Ah yes, interesting. A multitude of the victim's handprints.
Why are there so many of them on the floor in this one spot? Oh, perhaps he had a bad fall just here? There's nothing obvious that he would have tripped over though, is there?
I wonder. Personally, I often stumble when there's nothing obvious to trip over.
A
think that's something only a great detective would do, Mr. Sholmes.
Well, this is quite a puzzle. Handprints all over the floor. Yes, there's no obvious explanation. Wait a second. What? What if Saskia had an envelope with actual money in it and they fought over it? Maybe. Well, we sprayed Mr. Sholmes' amazing skin print indicator all over this room, didn't we?
We did, but there are two places in particular that are of interest, I would say.
Oh, there's a loose part there. So something was hidden under the floor. The handprints on the floor there and on the wall by the picture, you mean?
Yes, and I think the floor warrants closer investigation. I won't be a moment.
Ah, what is it, Miss Susie? Bastu, hey yo! Hi, Will Noise, how are you doing?
Look here, Mr. Naruhodo, one of the floorboards has popped out.
Oh, sideway cat, I'm doing fine, thank you. One of the... you mean... it's a secret hiding place? Excellent work, Miss Susie. So, what do we have in here? Oi! Oi! Inspector Rex. No need, Inspector. You continue to dig into your portion of chips whilst we dig around the floor. Under the floor here.
A new bit of Asian warning.
Wow, a secret hiding place under the floor. What a find. Never would I have expected this, coming from Japan, where this is the most obvious place to hide things. I'm doing kinda okay. How was your breakfast today? Had a lot of ketchup today? There was no ketchup involved in my day. I had no breakfast, but I had a early lunch, which was tortellini and bear garlic pesto. Because it's spring, right? And in spring, everything is infused with bear garlic, at least here. And then you can be lucky and live in places like Germany where you can get bear garlic all year long. Here you don't.
It's not a hiding place you could make use in Japan. I don't think I could lift a straw tatami mat.
Susie, please, what is wrong with you? The most obvious used storage is below the floor, even in old Japan. Did you run out of ketchup from eating so much ketchup, or how was there no ketchup to eat ketchup? I have tomato sauce though. No, I know, but I never expected one of these wooden floorboards to move either. It's got me wondering about the wall over there too. Aren't you curious?
Oh! Well, investigate at once.
Just lift the picture, it's not that difficult, Susie.
There's nothing behind the picture, sadly. Only the wall.
Uh-huh, okay. How disappointing. But then, how do you explain the handprints?
I really can't think why anyone would have been touching the wall over and over in one place like that.
There you are, a print for you. A photo of the handprints on the wall has entered the court record. Oh, thank you so much. This invention can make prints too? Traces of handprints on the wall discovered using the skin print seeker gun. There are multiple prints on either side of the hanging picture. Interesting. Now then, I wonder if Inspector Greggs has found anything under the floor there yet. I'm desperate to know.
So am I.
You really... Okay, cool. Fine. Love to know if there's anything hidden underneath that floorboard there. Allow me to ask, Greggs, now. After all, we are well acquainted. Inspector Greggs? Really, it's been too long. Where's your show? I thought perhaps you might show me what you found there, seeing as we are such good friends. Ninja. No, I suppose not. A dismal failure. Yes, I heard. Would kill to know what's under the floorboard.
He's not doing anything. He's just there. He's not even lifting the floorboard.
Any, where's the... What? Yeah, it's what if I don't know. I did. I don't want to. Really, Inspector? Thank you. Do it quickly, my dear fellow. If there's one thing I know about this man, it's that he blows while... What? This man is... it's that he blows with the wind, as fickle as the weather. Oi! That's not my word to my boy. No more brief for you. Mom, I do, baby. I do so. Yeah, wait for that. He says there were only 3 things, but do we know if there's only 3 things? I swear if the case is coming up later and is like, oh yeah, there were like 2 more indicating things in that place, but he didn't show us. Ugh. I need to go out, go through phone. About a man, how terrible. How do know your highway? No more like you want that, you need. No, but going even. Oh my goodness, he'd committed a capital offense? A hoard of treasure, or you mean? Oh no. So he wanted to get those. That's why he was kind of investigating that? Oh, maybe. Maybe that is the reason. So, since this is the capital offender who died in prison, this one lived below this apartment. This guy lived where Sasuke is living right now. And it kind of would make sense that he found out about that, and because he's after the money, he suspects that this guy has hidden the money in Sasuke's room. So what easier thing to do than blaming Sasuke for his murder to get him out of the room. And then he could literally investigate in quiet the room. Or maybe even move from this room to the lower room. Does it not strike you though? Why such an article would be so carefully ensconced under the floor? These people. That's a good amount to care about. We can't know about you before. A newspaper article about Selden, a criminal sentenced to receive the death penalty. However, he died of illness in prison whilst his loot remained undiscovered. Condemned criminal dies of natural causes in prison. Manchester's Strange Ways prison announced the death of convicted murderer and burglar Selden by natural causes in the early hours this morning. He had been suffering with fever since the end of October. Alerted by the shouts of his fellow cellmate, medical staff arrived to find him already dead before his capital punishment could be carried out. Photo. Gary Depp. Wait a second. So it's Gary Depp, and either this is his wife or this is Mrs. Green, but younger. But then again, it doesn't make sense. Miss Green is very short. Mother of Mrs. Green? Sister? I don't know. Oh no, it's a guy. Wait, then that means this is the mentor of Mrs. Green. Because he carries painting brushes and painting stuff. Yes, it would appear to have been taken on the street in front of this house here. And the gentleman on the left is Mr. Goethe, the landlord, of course. But who's the young man on the right?
Mr. Gertup's son, perhaps?
Well, you can't be sure of that.
Really? Are you sure? We can presume, therefore, that the yard already knows. The identity of the young fellow, that is. Ah, is that true?
Where's my dude? And you put out eager one of my pieces.
This is not leaking information. You are a police officer and we are a lawyer. You are supposed to share those informations with us. My dear Inspector, if I may be so bold to ask to point something out. Pastimes are for one's leisure, but this is for work.
Oh, you made your version.
A dismal failure. Yes, I heard. Why? What is going on? Why is he withholding those informations? I wonder why the photo like this was hidden under the floor. I mean, Mr. Britney Spears himself isn't in it. Photos are still rare treasures in the East End. I imagine Mr. Curtin was rather delighted to have been immortalized. He probably made a proud present of it. I'm a bit annoyed about the fact that we get this text, but we do not get the actual, article. But I can tell from here that this person, this face, is someone we haven't seen so far. I'm not sure if this is actually like his son. Maybe? I don't know. I still think this is the mentor of Mrs. Green. People. It's like... It's like a similar hairstyle to that. That is also a pointy nose. You know what the thing is? The thing is that this guy, this here, Mr. Britney Spears, could potentially be the son of Mr. Gary Depp. That would kind of explain why he can rent this place, because he's probably staying for free. We will continue in a moment. I will take a 2-minute break, so don't run anywhere. I will mute this for a second and give you a little bit of other music. Let's give Noise some music. So be right back. Yes, runs away. In the big. In a box.
And you change my data.
I might suggest, Inspector, that you open it. If you were to find something inside that reveals the truth behind this case, it wouldn't be in the least surprised.
Can you show me a more? It's a better.
What? Britney Spears, give us a clue, man.
You didn't have the chance to utter a word, Mr. Naruhodo. But anyway, at least we found out what's inside the box.
And I still look? Maybe it's not what is inside the box. Maybe it's what is on the box. Yes, thin air, it's empty, rather like how I feel inside. Is there nothing more into this box? Then I wonder. Give me evidence. Yay, it's Kitty. What is Kitty doing here?
Oh look, it's that lovely kitty cat. What was its name?
It's Mr. Sasuke's, isn't it? I don't think we ever asked him, actually. Why don't we call him Wagahai? You know, like Mr. Sasuke refers to himself in Japanese. I wonder how he got in here. Clever cat. Clever cat.
Oh, wonderful. Well then, Wagahai, here's something delicious I bought for you from the Cat's Meat Man.
The Cat's Meat Man. It's not even purring. Why?
He couldn't be happier now, look.
Just hope we can bring some happiness to his owner too.
Examine.
Oh, it's scratching the carpet. That's so cute. That was a cheeky little meow, Wagahai.
Oh, but he's so adorable.
I also say it's very rare. You know, three or tri-colored cats like this, red, white, brown, or black, are extremely... The pattern itself is not rare, but having a male tri-colored cat, that is rare. This kind of tri-colored cat as a male is very rare, actually. It's basically 99% always a female cat. I had a cat like that. A girl.
I could just sit and watch him forever.
I think he may not appreciate that after a while, and he
And we have an investigation to get back to. True, but you know. Sorry, but cat. Okay, please tell me I have the box in here. What? So we have a tin box, but it's not gonna be given to me as evidence. That is dumb, and it will play a specific role in this case. That's so annoying. I don't think we have anything left here. Okay, let's see if he says anything to this. But I cannot wait. You're not letting me present anything. Oh wait, I need to go back. I need to do this. My bad. Mr. Sasuke, it's nothing much, but that's exactly the same he said before. What's this? It's a newspaper cutting that we found in Mr. Britney Spears' room. Oh, so he knew, did he? Sorry? About this man, Selden. A convicted killer, the evil spirit behind the curse that afflicts my lodgings. What? He's already taken out one young man's life, and now he's trying to take the life of another, a miserable, mustached, much maligned Japanese man. Mr. Sasuke, if you know something, please, you must tell us. Tell us everything you can about this evil spirit. Capital offender Selden. The truth is, I don't know the details myself until very recently. That Selden was arrested about a year ago now. And at the time, he was hiding out in lodgings at Mr. Girdup's house. What? He lived where you do now? That's right, yes, exactly where I live now, in my very room. Oh my, your room was previously occupied by a criminal found guilty of a capital offense? But before his sentence could be carried out, he died in prison. That was 3 months ago. And that's when it started, the curse. What really is this curse you keep mentioning, Mr. Sasuke? It's already caused one death a few months after the criminal passed away in prison. A man died in the room, the man who rented it after Selden, in fact. The poor lodger, he was found dead in mysterious circumstances. The room was locked from the inside.
Locked from the inside? Exactly like the case we are dealing with now. So, that's the convict's curse, is it?
Yes, well, that was the start of it.
Do you have any idea how the lodger before you passed away, Mr. Sasuke?
The official cause of death was asphyxia.
It's like phyrexia, but different.
When they discovered the body, the room was full of gas.
Oh no! Gas?
I only found that out after I'd signed the lease. When Mr. came to tell me later, I couldn't stop myself trembling. In fact, if I'd known beforehand, I'd probably been too scared to take the room. Landlord's lease, luckily legal.
Lucky for Mr. Maybe, but not so lucky for poor Mr. Sasuke. That's the thing. You know, when you think about it, landlords actually are not forced to disclaim what the previous owner, like who the previous owner was, or if there ever has been like an accident or death in the apartment you are about to, rent. Because if you think about it, if that's the case, it's like a lot of people, there's a good amount of people who basically die of natural causes in their apartments. How would you feel if a landlord said like, yeah, someone died in this apartment, but would you want it? It's like most people would say no, because everybody is like very superstitious about that. But let's face it, it's just silly, right? Things happen. It doesn't create curses like Mr. Sasuke here is thinking. There's also a good case that Mr. or the other person in the photo could be the cause of that because of the money that is probably in that room where Sasuke is. And now you believe this curse is affecting you.
It is, at first. I just felt as though I was being watched all the time.
That would be Mr. who is doing that? And then you talked about having nightmares, didn't you?
The dead are trying to take me with them. They come for me and try to suffocate me.
It's also called a gas leak.
Just when I'm struggling to breathe, I wake up. And the room is as cold as ice.
Because you had no money to heat the room? But why is your room so cold?
London winters are too cold to bear without any heating on overnight. But for some reason, even though I lit the stove before I climbed to bed at night, the pilot light always goes out and the room fills with gas.
And now you're wondering why you are suffocating. But
But that's terrible. It's exactly the same situation as what led to the previous occupant's death. And then there's what happened to Mr. Britney Spears last night when he was mysteriously poisoned. In the end, I think Britney Spears basically tries to get the money from the dead convict, from the dead murderer guy from Selden, which he probably suspects is in Sasuke's room. So he tries to frame him for murder. No, maybe he's not actually framing him for murder, but maybe he tried to get on his good side. So he would invite him to his room so he would have the chance to investigate the room. But I assume Mr. Carter has like very, very bad piping. As you can see, the rest of the rooms are not in good shape. And it caused by accident this problem with Mr. Britney Spears. So yeah, that would make sense. Let's see. There's clearly more to that incident than can be explained by a curse, though. Whatever can be the cause of all these strange happenings in Mr. Curtup's rooms? Let's go back. Let's present. So he didn't react to that, he reacted to that. Let's see what he says about this. Mr. Sasuke, it's not... okay, he will... This is nothing... What's with Gary Depp in Dr. Claw's voice? Just something as a running gag I'm doing. Hello there, Astro Dude. How are you doing? Is there anything else I can talk about with him? Let's see what the move says. Yeah. Okay, back to that. That's why it was empty. They haven't really moved in there yet. Okay. Let's go back to this. Maybe he's back. Whoops. That's not what I wanted. Oh, he's back. Ah, you're here now, Mr. Curter.
Great bally business it is for me, you know, getting out and about.
Were you at the Old Bailey by any chance?
Naturally, fate of my lodgings hanging in the balance and all that, not a trial to miss.
Fate of what's already been dubbed your haunted lodgings, yes.
Course, the place has caused quite a stir around the capital on more than one occasion already.
And yes, if you're wondering, I didn't give him a British accent for 0 reasons.
As the old haunted lodgings or some such.
You know, there's not a bad thing about having haunted lodgings, because a lot of people are interested in, you know, staying in a haunted lodgings. Ah, well, at least he knows.
Makes you wonder what the blazes is going on, don't you know?
Yes, I'm sure it does. In fact, thinking back to Mr. Sasuke's other trial just 2 days ago. You were at the Old Bailey then as well, weren't you? Testifying with your wife about what happened.
Stopped off at the prison on the way home, in fact. Beastly business.
I see.
So, what brings you to my haunted abode today, huh?
Your lodgings.
Some fishy fellow from the Far East and a failed actor chap of questionable character, eh? Yes, the house does seem to have become something of a magnet for rum fellows of late. Thanks a lot to that bally curse. The convict's curse.
The convict's curse, you mean?
Ah, you heard the stories, have you? Rotten scoundrel was arrested here when then the next chap in the room goes and keels over. Then there was that woman who dropped dead just outside on the street, not to mention the actor yesterday. Am I next? Well, can't help but get the collywobbles, can you?
Collywobbles.
When you say the woman who dropped dead outside on the street, do you mean Miss Green?
Yes, Miss Green, who was stabbed by the knife, and Mr. Britney Spears, who was poisoned last night, are both very much alive still.
Yes, well, so is that blasted convict's curse, it seems.
Personally, I should be quite content with such lodgings. A bath, a toilet, a fireplace, a fascinating history. Why, it sounds like a lap of luxury.
Not sure about that.
Well, there's no bath or toilet included, and no fireplace either.
But you do look out for your tenants, don't you? By watching the rise and fall of the flames in your gas lamps up here.
Yes, never hurts to keep an eye on things, in case there are any mishaps or such likes.
I think you've had your mishap already, sir. That's not helpful, Mr. Sholmes. Heavens forgive me, the word just came out to my lips. That's not what it said, but who cares? Your lodgers.
Some fishy fellow from the Far East and a failed actor chap of questionable character.
Didn't we just hear that? There's no need for that, Mr. Curter.
That's right. Mr. Sasuke is no way fishy.
He is undeniably peculiar, however. Is it right that he took the vacancy immediately after the previous tenant passed away?
That's not what he said, that's what I said.
Yes, that's right. I asked the estate agent to find someone and he popped up the very same day. Never come across a chap so keen for a place with a background, as it were.
I don't think it was the room's background he was keen on so much as the cheap rent, actually.
So, how long has Mr. Britney Spears been lodging under your roof?
That failed actor chap? Let's see. Oh, of course. Yes, it's been 3 months now. Quite sure of it.
How interesting. Only 3 months. He's quite new here too then. And to what do you owe your certainty in that regard, Mr. Carter, if I might ask?
Well, it was the Sultan scoundrel as it happens.
What? Selden? The convict, you mean? Do Selden and, Britney Spears have some kind of connection then? Shakespeare's tenancy.
That convict chap, Selden, passed away in the clink 3 months ago, you see. Some malady or other.
Yes, we've seen the report from the newspaper at the time.
Well, it was only 3 days later that the tragedian showed his face, the actor fellow.
Really?
Yes, I remember it quite distinctly.
I hate this guy.
This world we inhabit, pray the landlord hear me request. I, the humble Shakespeare, do desire to take thy room on the middle floor offered erewhile for rent.
Terribly sorry and whatnot, but that won't be possible. Already have a lodger on the middle floor. Ground floor's rooms vacant, though.
Nothing can be made out of nothing. Let me repeat mine will unto thee.
Those curs must be muffling your ears. The room on the middle floor's taken. It's the ground floor on nothing.
Very well, we have an accord.
Glad to hear it.
Lord Shakespeare dance to celebrate.
Britney Spears is terrible. Not the singer.
From what I've heard in the court today, sounds like the chap was thieving gas. And he was 3 months in arrears with the rent too. Yes, that fellow was a bally player, all right.
Thank you for your candor, Mr. Carter. We are most grateful. By the way of appreciation, allow me to say 1 or 2 words. Give me my robe. Put on my crown. I have immortal longings in me. Why did he do a cat move? What's happened to you? Shakespeare, my dear fellow, one of his most famous lines. I wish to divulge my own learning of the subject, for I have a turn of literature too, you know. Perhaps you could turn your attention to more apt lines then. Wait. Let's make a save, because I haven't saved in some time. He can tell us who that is. Okay. Let's see what he says about that. Would be interesting to hear what he says. Present. Da, 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 da. Mr. Character, could I ask you to look at this photo? Is that your son who's with you there?
No, not at all. He was a lodger here once. Duncan Ross was his name.
Really? Duncan Ross instead of Bob Ross? Duncan Ross.
A street photographer happened to be passing, so I asked him to take a shot. Just for the kicks, really.
Was he by any chance a lodger before Mr. Sasuke?
Yes, that's right.
Ah, the young gentleman who died in the room in mysterious circumstances. Just what Mr. Mustache was waiting for, one might say.
Yes, young Duncan lived in the room at the top of the first flight of stairs before the Japanese jab.
Would you mind telling us a little bit more about him? The lodger's death.
Yes, Duncan Ross, young chap, was attending art school. Hard to work to pay for it, mind. Moved into the middle floor room about a year ago after that criminal Selden was arrested. Young students are always on the hunt for rooms with a history behind them.
A history of cheap rent, maybe, yes?
Yes, well, anyway, it was one morning about a month ago now. Hadn't quite worked out the old trick of watching the gas lamps to see what my lodgers are up to at the time. So sadly, I was rather tardy to discover that what had happened. Smell of gas that alerted me it was.
Ah, yes. Synonymous with the smell of death.
Called the
Speak of Bob, there we have Bob. Hi, Bob. Don't be alerted. This is an audio save. Everything is fine. Stretchies. Okay. Ow. Okay.
Called the police straight away, of course, and the officer kicked the door off its hinges. But once we got inside, we all barely collapsed.
Because of the gas?
Yes, the room was full of it, no air at all. Stone must have gone out while the poor chap was sleeping in his bed.
So Mr. Ross suffocated to death. But we need Bob Ross.
Of course, the police gave me a sound ticking off because the gas pipes were so old and all that.
You know, at this point, you might have considered to open up your windows again and put glass in them, since there's no tax anymore and maybe people don't suffocate from gas.
Can't tell you how much it set me back to have the lot replaced all over the house.
And of course fixing your pipes. But even after you had all that work done, Mr. Sasuke says the same thing. That the stove goes out at night whilst he's asleep in bed.
Well, that's the belly curse, the convict's curse. I've done my duty as a landlord now.
No, you didn't. Someone's feeling defensive.
Ah, that reminds me actually.
Yes?
About young Duncan, the night before the poor chap perished. He'd been writing a letter of affection to a young lady.
A love letter, you mean?
Yes, where did I put it now? Ah, here it is. Left it on my desk.
If you will excuse me, let me see now. What does it say? To my most beautiful and charming sweetheart. Do you think we should be reading such a personal piece of correspondence? Yes, the person is dead. My dear Miss Susie, that is precisely why I prefaced my reading with, if you will excuse me. I will not excuse you, Mr. Sholmes. No.
Sadly, he didn't address it, though. So I've no means of delivering the thing. Rather sad, really.
I see. It's going to play on my mind. But really, that the identity of Mr. Ross's sweetheart has no bearing on the case. Yet. And I wouldn't be surprised that the person is Miss Green. I think we should leave it well alone. Well, I suppose you're right. Indeed, the intended recipient's address is missing. However, there is a name attributed to the man's most beautiful and charming sweetheart. Mr. Sholmes, please, I've already had to chastise you about this once. Susie, you're not helping. Shut up. My undying love to you, my colorful darling, Olive Green. There we go. I told you it's about Miss Green. Huh. Olive Green? The woman who was plunged into a coma after a knife plunged into her back outside of this house 5 days ago. The victim of the last case Sasuke was in court for, who regained consciousness only yesterday. Is it just chance that her name has come up now? Could it possibly be a mere coincidence? Mr. Naruhodo, whatever can this mean? Reading personal correspondence can have its merits, you see, Miss Susie. Let's see. Mr. Garrett, could I show you this?
Been quite a couple of days, as you can imagine. I'm afraid I'm rather tired. Haven't really got any energy in the old A-balls, to be honest with you.
Some other time then? Okay, at least he keeps it short when he declines. Okay, declines.
Ah, an Altamont gas meter, yes. Decent fireplace in here, of course, so no need for a gas stove. But there's nothing better than a gas lamp for reading in bed, eh?
I would disagree. Actually, Mr. Sasuke mentioned that the gas supply to his room kept failing.
Yes, that. I had the gas company look into it.
No, you didn't.
But they couldn't find a thing wrong. The chap must have been imagining things.
Yes, imaginary gas entering his lungs. I don't think he was imagining it. The poor man woke up unable to breathe.
I think it was to put down to what? Think it was put down to ghost.
What is this sentence? Excuse you. Think it was put down to ghosts at work.
Think it was put down to ghosts at work or some such in the end. Place must be haunted.
Perfect explanation. Would you like to pay this bill? I think I'm haunted. I can't do that. It's like, okay, sure.
Ah yes, the scene. I thought that belly fellow was dead as a doornail. Jolly welcome news that he's alive, for him and for the room.
For the room? What do you mean?
Well, it matters, you know. When I come to let the room next time, people will ask. And there's a world of difference between a room where someone died and a room where someone nearly died.
You don't have to tell them. They sound awfully similar to me. I just go through those things here. Da 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 da. I don't think he will say anything to this. Yeah. Nor to this. Okay. Well, there's an advantage to that. It means there's nothing else to present there, which is good. Is there anything left to do? What are we supposed to do? I don't think we get any new information here. Nothing left here. We were here. There shouldn't be anything here. As we have already explored everything. Nothing changed.
Don't think we need to go back here. Why should there be something? Oh, maybe because our information now that we know. Yeah, let's see. Mr. Naruhodo, I've just finished speaking with the doctor. It seems Miss Green is well enough to be discharged at last. This is good news, but hopefully just before she leaves. Ah! What is it? Miss Green! What was that? She clearly just hit something behind her back. One moment, I'll be with you in a jiffy. Could you... There's the green envelope. There's the green envelope. He found a green envelope in Britney Spears' room. Ripped. Why? Oh, hello everyone. What are you all doing here? Hi. Did she say that just before? Yeah. Okay. The doctor has said I can't be discharged, so I'm getting my things together. Miss Green, what were you just doing? Oh, nothing really. I was just about to make some medicine the doctor prescribed for me, that's all. Well, we were hoping to have another quick chat with you, if that's alright. I don't really have anything else to tell you. Alright, she's definitely behaving strangely. Let's see if we can coax something out of her. Hospital discharge. Oh no. What if Selden did this thing, then hid something in the lowest room where Sasuke now is residing? And Duncan Ross actually found the 10,000 pounds that Selden did hid in that room, and he sent Mrs. Green this key that opens the place to that. It's wonderful news that you're going to be discharged, Miss Green. Yes, thank you. Once the people are better, the hospital staff don't want them lingering and wasting space. Not people like me, anyway. It's not even about wasting space. It's basically like the longer you stay in a hospital, the more likely you might catch something else. There's another reason why they want you out of the hospital as soon as possible. So I don't think I should keep anyone waiting. I probably shouldn't stand around like that and chat. She certainly doesn't seem to be in the mood to talk, that's for sure. Yes, but... Miss Green, we were hoping to ask you about someone. Mr. Duncan Ross. You knew him, didn't you? Hmm. Oh no, I'm sorry. A bottle of medicine fell down when she did. That's not medicine. Oh, Miss Green, are you alright? Also, what did she paint on that canvas? Which we cannot look at. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to startle you like that. No, it's alright. I wasn't expecting it. But how do you know about Duncan? Mr. Ross has been writing a letter when he passed away. The landlord found it in his room. It was a very personal letter to you. It was at the art school. That's where I met Duncan a year ago now. He was working to fund his studies. He dreamt of becoming a professional artist one day. And the two of you became romantically involved? Yes, that's right. We were very much in love. We were engaged to be married, actually. That's why he decided to move into a cheaper room to save money for the wedding. And that's what led him to Mr. Curtips. Yes, he told me he'd found the worst but cheapest room in the entire East End. And then, 1 month ago, that's when it happened. We are so terribly sorry, Miss Green. Well, it's all in the past now, I suppose. Oh, Mrs. Green, she looks so desperately sad. I was starting to think that that's just her look. But now I see that she has every reason to feel the universe is against her. I do hope you won't think of I'm being rude, but would you mind leaving me in peace now? I have to leave the hospital soon. Oh, I'm sorry. We didn't mean to hold you up. Of course, we will be on our Mr. Naruhodo. Surely you were not about to leave. That's quite out of the question. What? Mr. Sholmes, I didn't realize you were here. But of course I was, my dear fellow. Watching intently from the shadows as always. Reminds me of Wilbernoise. Well, make your presence known next time. Mr. Sholmes, what's this about? Something which occurs to me with some regularity, Miss Susie, is this. Why do detectives insist on such ex post facto modus operandi? Why solve a case after it's happened, instead of preventing a case before it happens? That is what sets a great detective apart. What do you mean? Oh no, the rat is dead. There's a case waiting to happen under our very noses, Mr. Naruhodo. So let us avert disaster, let us prevent this case from ever happening with nothing but careful observation. Alright?
All the clues you need are set before you. You need to only look, and you cannot fail to see.
You can do it, Mr. Naruhodo. I know you can.
Could you move out of the way? Because... Thank you. That mouse seems to be dead. Look. No, wrong. This is not a mouse. This is a rat. I didn't notice it there before, did you?
I think perhaps it drank the medicine that spilled out of that bottle. But that's the bottle that Miss Green was about to drink from when we arrived.
You don't think? Ah, I see. You've come to appreciate the true nature of this scene. That a tragedy about to take place. That of a tragedy. Yes, I think it's falling into place. Miss Green, the contents of the bottle you had before has spilled out on the floor. And the poor mouse, redacted, actually rat, that drank it, it has sadly died.
Ah.
I think it's clear that bottle must have contained a powerful poison.
Don't worry, I will attend to the rat presently.
Miss Green, were you intending to go the same way as the rodent? To take your own life?
Ah.
Once we'd left, you would have put it to your lips again, wouldn't you? And take the poison?
No! Miss Green, please, talk to us.
Oh, I cannot look at the canvas. That is strange. Mr. Duncan Ross. Who would have ever thought he was engaged to be married to Miss Green?
To lose one's beloved fiancé must be painful enough.
But then Miss Green suffered that awful injury, and outside of her fiancé's former lodgings too.
Fate can be very cruel sometimes.
It definitely feels as though this card must be relevant. I mean, when we first arrived, Miss Green was standing with it in her hand in what can only be described as a very tense atmosphere.
Yes. It may very well be related to whatever incident Mr. Sholmes believes was about to happen here. Perhaps we should ask Miss Green about it.
Just double checking. Okay. Suicide. 10 seconds later and we would have arrived at a very different scene here. In all probability, we would not have enjoyed this most delightful conversation. Of course, perhaps it hasn't been quite so delightful from your perspective, Miss Green.
Actually, in a way, now that everything's out in the open, I feel like a weight has been lifted.
Tell me, how did you acquire that medicine? Well, with this being a hospital and all, when the doctor comes to examine me in the mornings, he always leaves the medicine cabinet open for a while, so I snuck this out when he wasn't looking.
How? Like, literally, how? Oh. Oh, doctor, look, this wall, it's special. Rummage. Rummage. It conspicuously lacks a label. I wonder what it contains. I'm afraid I don't really know. But I thought if I drank it, I might just stop the pain somehow. Oh, please, Miss Green, don't talk of such things. Well, it seems clear now that it contains poison. Yes, that poor little rat is proof of that. Oh no, it's all my fault. What have I done? I shall remove this to my office, Miss Green. I'll take you have no objection. Oh, none. The card. Neither the sender's name or address appear to be written on the envelope or the card. It arrived by post at my home the day before the incident that put me in the hospital here. I have information regarding the death of Duncan Ross. Come to the Slug and Salad on Briar Road at 5 p.m. on the 17th. The Slug and Salad. Why would you ever name your restaurant the Slug and Salad? Don't tell anybody else about this letter or the meeting. It's a matter of utmost importance. Wait a minute, the 17th of this month? That's the day you were stabbed on Briar Road. And 5 p.m. is precisely the time when the incident occurred. The Slug and Salad. Yes, a pub in the northern corner of Briar Road. That's why we have a map. Briar Road being the street that Mr. Curtip's house is on. Does that mean that? Yes, I'm sure you've guessed. That day when I was struck in the back by the knife, I was actually on my way to the Slug and Salad. Goodness. So that's why you were. So that's what you were doing on Briar Road that day. I'm sorry, I didn't say anything before. Okay. I think I really will have to ask you to excuse me now. I've told you everything. No, you didn't. Yes, I'm very sorry to have had to drag up such painful memories for you. No, it's fine. Miss Green, please promise us you won't try to do anything like that again. Yes, don't worry. Your detective friend has the bottle now anyway. And besides, I've been stabbed in the back and had a close shave with a bottle of poison, and I'm still here.
I think I'm destined to see things through to the end. It might sound a little conceited, but, well, that's how all this has made me feel.
Quite some serious topics in this Ace Attorney game. Leaving Miss Green and Saint Bart behind. We made our way back to Baker Street with Mr. Sholmes. Well, it would appear we've reached the end of the investigative trail for today. Yes, it's late. And Mr. Naruhodo? Did you discover anything that may be of use for you, to you in the court tomorrow, do you think? Details about Mr. Britney Spears, Mr. Carradam's lodgings, the convict Selden? There are many facets to this case, and we are yet to see the heart of it, if you ask me. That's my feeling anyway. I can't help wondering about the results of the analysis. Into Mr. Sasuke's tea, you mean? Yes. Will they have found strychnine in it or not? Well, I fear that either way, it will be hard to escape the grip of our friend Mr. Reaper. Oh dear. Yes, Barak van Zeeks. But I wish you every success, of course, and I thought I was late to the rise this morning. Tomorrow will be a new dawn. I intend to spring from my bed at a crisp hour and attend the trial. Mr. Sholmes, you're going to come? I can't believe it, but you've come. Indeed, whatever happens, I shall be there, assuming my eyelids cooperate in the morning. Well, I think we've done all we can. All that's left is to remain focused and keep fighting for Mr. Sasuke's cause until the very end. Yes, and court cases that are scripted and make me do dumb things because everybody is like, look at the facts, they are obvious. Let's ignore it. London, the world's most prosperous city, home to 6 billion people. Holy shit, I wouldn't want to live in London if there were 6 billion people. London, the world's most prosperous city, home to 6 million people. But away from the razzle-dazzle, down back alleys and behind bricked-up windows, the lonely lurk. Sasuke-san had battled a long and hard with loneliness during his many months there. And so I felt honor-bound to battle equally hard for my compatriot, to lift the curse that gripped him. As Mr. Sholmes said, tomorrow would be a new dawn for all of us. 0 days remain. To be continued.
Would you like to save?
No. Oh no. Oh no. Are you ready for bailiff? Yeah. And Sasuke. This is it then, Mr. Naruhodo? Yes, it's time to put an end to this now. Okay, at least the game is telling me this is the last part of this case. Ah. I'm so glad about that. To the miserable curse that has been plaguing Mr. Sasuke, to everything. And in my own small way, I shall do everything I can to help you. I always appreciate your help, Miss Susie. Suffering, Sasuke selfishly sidelined. Ah. Good morning to you too, Mr. Sasuke. Good morning, locum student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire. Listen to you two, chatting away happily as if the main player of today's trial isn't here. Why would you do that? Why? Oh dear, we didn't mean to cause offense, Mr. Sasuke. I thought perhaps that because you had your eyes shut so tightly, you were meditating, finding your inner calm. It seemed wrong to disturb you. I was waiting. What's the matter, Mr. Sasuke? You seem different somehow today. Why, naturally, that's because I've attained spiritual enlightenment. The path of literature, you see, is a journey to discover one's own death. Or such like. That's the sort of morning conversation I was hoping for. That's why I had my eyes shut. I missed the signs, I'm afraid. Somehow. You'll have to forgive me. How should we know that? We never talked to him in the morning. And you mustn't talk of your path leading you to death, Mr. Sasuke. That was just an example. Oh yes, there it is, in a calm. You barely came to see me at all yesterday. Bro. I was sure you would abandon me and return to our beautiful long-lost homeland. We've not even been in Great Britain a week yet. Yes, well, anyway. I intend to set everything straight in court today. I'm determined to uncover the truth. I've actually reached an important decision myself. Oh? What sort of decision? I shall fill you in after the trial. He's basically going to tell us that he goes back to Japan. Alright? It would seem Mr. Sholmes isn't coming today after all. It's a very clever message, I think. My dear fellows, you must win this battle on your own merits. It's a very clear message, I think, that he's overslept again. The great detective, my arch nemesis. Long may he stay away, if you ask me. Defendant and your legal representative. The trial is about to begin. Make sure you wear you into the courtroom immediately. I cannot English. I hate this guy. Today, once again, we face the Reaper. And when the Reaper stands for the prosecution, the defendant's fate is sealed. But I don't believe in that legend anymore than I believe in Sasuke-san's curse. The truth is hidden here somewhere, and I won't let it escape me. I have to keep believing in my client and keep fighting to the very end. That's all.
Oh god. Time for more weird voices. Lord 1-6, in the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session. I call upon the counsels for the prosecution and defense to declare the willingness to proceed. I don't want to. Okay. The prosecution is ready. Yes, the defense is ready. And stylish. Very good. And now I call upon the 6 ladies and gentlemen of the jury, chosen by lot to represent the will of the people in this trial. Are you ready to proceed?
Absolutely, justice will... Absolutely, justice will be done. You mark my words.
I feel obliged to say I feel especially ruthless on days when my hat is sitting just right. Oh, I wonder if you could adjust my hat for me, and please be as ruthless as you like.
Uh-huh. I see.
Thieves don't deserve to die if you ask me, especially gas thieves. I have no sympathy for the men at all.
Look, I said it yesterday, I will say it again now. I don't have time for this. I've got my own problems.
Oh, may the Lord show us all the light here and lead his righteous flock to a righteous verdict again today. Now, Lord 1-6, what can you tell us? The prosecution's report, please, for the court. In relation to the theory expounded by the defense yesterday regarding defendant's T. So he does have the results.
Before the prosecution delivers the black news about the tea belonging to the blackguard in the door, pray allow me a moment of savor a liquid of a more sanguine hue. In fact, I'll defer to the good detective for the report. Here's to you, Inspector.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I say welcome with your performance, one and one show. And here with your first year with welcome perfect.
Yes, that's the tea. That's what Mr. Sasuke brought with him that night.
Well, the beach upon it, and yes, you were. It was here. And it was in a trial or chasing, what your boy.
No poison at all.
Oh, boy. It's even behind. It's a better one. It's a better. It is wrong.
What a revelation! As I suspected. This makes it quite clear. The defendant, Mr. Sasuke Natsume. What did he dig out? What did he dig out?
My learned friend is jumping to the conclusions again, a typical Nipponese reaction.
What?
Yes, it's true. No poison was found in the few drops of liquid recovered from the soap on the window ledge. But what logic is that? Would you take a drop from the Thames and conclude that the water in the ocean isn't salty?
My word, the water in the ocean is extremely salty, Counsel.
Just like my temper is also very salty. Exactly. Unfit for drinking, just as the victim's tea was on the night in question, as the court has already heard. Bitter was the precise word from the lips of Mr. William Britney Spears. Whom the prosecution now calls back to the stand. Why would you do that? Now I have to voice act him. I hate voice acting that guy. Very well, I will uphold the prosecution's request. Mr. Britney Spears. Yes, sounds like we're going to have another confrontation with our theatrical friend. Bailiff, show Mr. Britney Spears to the stand. Why? Mr. William Britney Spears, the victim of this despicable crime. Oh heaven, oh hell, do you command me to remember? Forsooth, 'twas I, Shakespeare, did have a belly full of the foul fluid given in my innocence. Yes, but as revealed in yesterday's proceedings, the witness is not as innocent as we had perhaps first been led to believe. By using bars of soap such as these, he has been stealing gas from the supply company, yes. One may smile and be a villain. Forsooth, 'twas I, Shakespeare, did have a roomful of the sweet fooling fuel given.
That's right. Fellow jurors, don't forget this man is a rotten thief. I haven't forgotten. Kept all that about the ice coins a tidy secret, didn't you? You should have owned up sooner. Arrest him, I say. Arrest him at once. Let him feel the sting in my tail. Oh, indeed. By dint of vile and cowardly means I have plotted to further mine own ends, I confess. Thou wouldst not pardon my sins, of that I am sure. If you acknowledge your wrongdoing, what exactly are you doing here? Cowards die many times before their deaths. And for a coward such as I, death be well deserved, but would it that still greater crime pass it unpunished? A still greater crime. For lo, the hairy-faced gentleman of farther east than Verona did contrive to poison me.
Objection!
But there was no poison in the tea found in your room. The police have attested to that. What the defense would assert as an inconsistency will quickly be cleared up by the witness's testimony. Is that not so, Mr. Britney Spears? Verily, my liege, I would most gladly speak. Very well, let the witness testify to explain this inconsistency. Tell the court why it is that poison apparently entered your body, though none was found in the tea. So what is he coming up with now? The Japanese man did come. Supper. Shit. Does he know about breakfast, lunch, The Japanese man did come to my chamber with tea brewed in a pot. 'Twas in my cup alone that the wicked miscreant secretly poured his wicked poison. Whilst feigning distraction in our debate, never did a drop of his own drink pass his lips. When he desperated by and by, I did use the tea that remained in his cup to make my coins of ice.
Doesn't work.
Thus, 'tis no surprise that poison be not found in the tea I did pour into the molds of soap.
Look, it does make sense because literally, literally the teacup without the tea ring was on the side where you would put a guest. But of course the game is going to ignore that because reasons, right? The poison was slipped into the cup after the tea had been poured. The normal way of poison to be administered in my experience.
Quite, otherwise it would be disastrous if the poisoner were to mix up the cups, for instance.
But no poison bottle was found at the scene. Because quite simply the Nipponese took the bottle back to his own room. Because you can prove that? The absence of a vessel containing the poison only becomes problematic when considering suicide.
I knew that.
By now it should be perfectly clear. A bar or two of cheap soap is wholly insufficient to wash the deep stains of guilt from the accused's hands.
It makes no sense. You're basically making something up. You don't even have proof that
Sasuke has this poison.
because now he has to prove that. And he has nothing. He just makes something up. Sirs, madams, 'tis true that I, Shakespeare, be a common thief of gas. But, listen here, ladies and gentlemen. Wherefore would I lie? Verily, I have no cause. I have naught to lose. Well, it makes perfect sense. Also, my hair is wonderful today. I do declare. Thank you for your testimony, witness. Counsel, proceed with the cross-examination.
Yes, my lord.
Why does this count? Like, literally, why does this count? Whenever I come up with something and I have no proof for it, everybody's beating the shit out of me. And this guy comes in and goes like, I have no proof of this, but I say it, so therefore it counts, right? Right, Judge? Lord 1-6! Japanese men did come to my chamber with the tea brewed in a pot.
Hold it!
I understand that you were already acquainted with Mr. Sasuke, is that correct? I know thee not, old man. Fall to thy prayers. Do I know thee, or know thee not? Methinks 'tis all I can know that thy destiny mingles with mine. You lost me after the first tea.
Sounds, sir, thou must learn the English tongue afore thou turnst thy hand to lawyering.
Yes, but that is not English we speak in this century. Good luck. I did, but I must have missed the archaic Elizabethan lecture.
Well, verily, and in truth, 'twas a fine flavoured brew, though a drop of poison did barb its sweetness, as the thorn doth barb the sweet rose.
I hate this guy.
That, dear friends, be's the simple truth. Listen to Mr. Britney Spears makes my head hurt. He seems in even better form than he was yesterday.
Either that, or I'm in worse form.
That faded evening after I did dine at Grubb's Grubbery, a local alehouse of good report. Naught did pass my lips but the tainted black tea. But behold, the poison was not in the tea at first.
Was in my cup alone that the wicked miscreant secretly poured his wicked poison. Are you saying that you saw the moment when when the poison was added to your tea?
To have witnessed the act and then drank the tea? Thou dost describe the actions of a fool. Quite so, quite so. But no one likes going thirsty, do they? Morning breakfast. Sooner would I die quenched than parched, would I have the choice.
Actually, on the night in question, the water main was frozen, I believe, wasn't it?
Were it not for the tea, in sooth, I would sooner have died frozen than quenched or parched.
Right, no ice coins means no heating.
The witness had more than one brush with death on the night in question, it would seem.
Hi, Bob. Thank you, Bob.
Remind the court, Mr. Britney Spears, as to whether the accused drank any of the tea which he brought with him.
With greatest pleasure, me liege.
By feigning distraction in our debate, never did a drop of his own drink pass his lips. But the teacup Mr. Natsume drank from was found completely empty at the scene. And let's not forget the defendant's maxim, drink tea while it's hot.
I did gulp from the poisoned cup that night, and in mine agony did I writhe uncontrolled. In fits of pain I did knock the fellow's cup, and its contents spilled as blood from a gaping wound, methinks.
So now he pretends that he pushed over the cup and that's why the poison is on the floor there.
Though certainly 'twas after I had made the coins of ice from his tea.
An upset cup was found on the table that the victim was slumped over. There is no contradiction here.
It's true, there was no tea left in either cup we found at the scene.
But still, something about this statement is troubling me. Yes, of course, I know what it is. It's Mr. Sasuke's wise drink the tea while it's hot maxim, isn't it? No, I'm not sure that's it. Thank you, witness. Now reiterate for the court what it is that occupied you after your guest had left and before you drank your tea.
Blah blah, Mr. Freeman. When he departed by and by, I did use the tea that remained in his cup to make my coins of ice.
Hold it!
Yes, so that you could cheat the gas company, in fact, isn't that right?
To cheat or to die. This life's only choice.
Yes.
Faith, to cheat be the wise choice, and mine occupation may not an ugly one. Prithee, dost thou not see beauty in the simplicity of the ruse?
No, I don't, and be very sure, sir. Once this trial is over, Altamont Gas will take you to task over this legal task.
I shall not run, I shall not hide. Sooth to say, I have nowhere to run nor to hide. But, me lady, what wouldst thou with this pitiful player?
Oh, I tell you what I would like to do with you, starting with the shoddy shirt on your back.
This time for Shakespeare dance. What a harsh world we live in.
The thieving of the gas was addressed in yesterday's proceedings. The prosecution calls on the defense not to muddy the waters with irrelevancy. Irrelevance.
Consider that a warning, counsel.
Yes, my lord. I am the one in trouble here. Mr. Britney Spears, after the accused returned to his own lodgings, you used his tea to make your coins. Is that correct?
To cheat or to die. Did I make my choice many moons ago? I did make my choice many moons ago.
Thus this no surprise that poison be not found in the tea I did pour into the molds of soap.
Hold it!
If, having first made your special coins, it was after 2 in the morning when you collapsed, that would mean you can't have drunk any tea yourself until around that time.
Once ensnared by a literary debate, naught else be found in the furrows of the mind.
The debate about Romeo and Juliet, you mean, and who was the strong of the two?
Rightly did I pay no heed to the tea as I wrestled with the abominable fellow.
I don't remember debates like that when I was studying.
Are you suggesting that neither of you actually drank the tea whilst it was hot that evening? Me lord, wouldst thou be privy to some Shakespearean wisdom? Husband, wife, and tea ought a tepid be. Ah yes, very true. Everyone has different preferences when it comes to tea.
I didn't understand a word he just said. I think you might have interpreted that wrongly. So it's been proven that there was no poison in Sasuke-san's tea. That should be hugely in our favor. But the atmosphere in the courtroom today. It feels though everybody is against us, Mr. Naruhodo. Must be the Reaper's poison. I'm afraid that if we don't find a significant flaw in his testimony somewhere, the jury will pounce and find Mr. Sasuke guilty. It really feels like we've jumped into the fire here. Japanese man did come to my chamber with tea brewed in a pot. I don't think we can say anything against that. That's not what I wanted to do. It was in my cup alone that the wicked miscreant secretly poured his wicked poison. Whilst feigning distraction in our debate, never did a drop of his own drink pass his lips. This. From my logic, I would say like, this is something. Because he says like, they had their debate, including wrestling for whatever reason, and said like, nobody actually... No, he says, only Sasuke didn't drink anything. You cannot see it here. But the thing is, if this is the cup without a tea stain, then it means someone has drunken this, right? But that also means, because it is on the other side of the table, it would be Sasuke who drank it. And he had the teacup with the tea remains on the cup in his hand. Why does it specifically say that? Like, why is it specifically saying that this is Mr. Like, this is his teacup? What did they say about this? This is the teacup from which Mr. Sasuke was drinking. Like, the other one inside of the cup is completely clean. This person must have drunk the contents before the tea had a chance to leave a mark. The problem is, nothing he says has anything to do with this. I mean, we can potentially try the cups on this, but let's see. What is the next line? When he departed by and by, I did use the tea that remained in his cup to make the coins of ice. Was this no surprise that the poison be not found in the tea I did pour into the molds of soap? I feel like this is the only point where we can do something. And we shall see it. In a moment, I need another small break, so I will be right back. And I'm back. Honestly, out of everything he's saying, this seems to be the only thing I can potentially do something. And if not, I have actually no idea at all. My feigning distraction in our debate never did a drop of his own drink pass his lips. This is probably going to be wrong, but let's try it anyway.
Objection!
It is actually right? Nice. The game actually works for once as intended? You claim that Mr. Sasuke didn't drink a drop of tea on the night in question. But that's impossible. How? Chop logic. What is this? Ye drank, ye clad fiend? Ye dark, ye clad fiend? The two teacups from the scene, one used by the victim and the other by the defendant, have a clear difference between them. One that represents incontrovertible proof. Incontrovertible? What difference? Look at the inside of the cups. Just here, there's a clear visible ring. Yes, a tea ring, commonplace enough. Indeed, such things occur all too readily when one leaves tea in the cup for a while. And yet, Mr. Sasuke's cup has no such ring. Good lord, you're right, it's completely clean. And prithee, sir, what makes thou of it? Exactly what Mr. Sasuke told the court yesterday, the Japanese saying he quoted. Drink tea while it's hot. That's right, yes. The jittery Mr. Sasuke was true to his usual self that night and drank his tea in no time. Oh. If, as you claim in your testimony, he didn't touch a drop of his tea, a ring would have developed on the inside of his cup as well after the several hours the tea was left standing. But, in short, Mr. Britney Spears, you clearly lied to the court. Get thee to a nunnery! Or something. Yeah, nunnery. Okay. As a rule, I fill my hallowed chalice up to 7 times during any one trial. You might want to keep that information to yourself. Yet on occasion, tedium distracts me and I pour more times than I intended until the bottle is dry. Your drinking habits are fascinating but irrelevant. On the contrary, they illustrate the fickleness of human memory. To William Britney Spears. Yes, Milish. Though you previously stated that you made the coins of ice from the leftover tea in the accused's cup. Could it be that you were perhaps mistaken? Could it be that, yes,
Perhaps there were some tea remaining in the small teapot left at the scene. A fact that had vanished from your memory until now. Faith me, liege, thou art a magician. For verily, this as though, this as though thou hast seen with thine own eyes that night. What? My words. Forsooth, I was mistook. I did plan to use tea from the Japanese fellow's cup, but lo, when I looked, 'twas empty. And thus did I use the dregs that festered in the teapot as my liege did suggest. Objection. And you've just suddenly remembered now that you made a mistake before. Are we supposed to believe that? Objection! People's memories are imperfect, my learned friend, which is why we rely on evidence instead. How interesting that you should mention that. How about you show us some proof that this is the truth? As you cannot. Why are we the only ones that need to show proof? But in any case, it makes no difference. The victim's most recent testimony tells us two things of note. Firstly, that the poison was put in the victim's teacup only. And secondly, that the spoiled cup was not the source of the insipid ice coins that have been bewitched this court. The prosecution makes a fine summary of the facts. Furthermore, that testimony remains valid and in full support of the established facts. In other words. Oh no, phase 2. The inconsistency claimed by the defense simply does not exist. No. What does this mean then? I do declare it means there's no issue with the gas thief's testimony. Apart from the bit about thieving gas, obviously. Me lords, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I do solemnly swear. After I did dine at the Grubsgrubbery Ale House that night. Which you need to prove. Give us proof that you actually were there. Not did pass my lips, but the black tea given by the Japanese, whose back could be stooped as low as death. And on what did you dine, sir? Why, I did partake of my favorites. A broth as wouldst be called soup, and a leaf as wouldst be called salad. As insalubrious a menu as the establishment where it was served. But gods will give us some faults to make us men. Willingly would I suffer what punishment is fit to serve a wicked thief of gas, but I pray ye wise noble fellows ne'er forget the simple truth, that the one thing and this be another, that be one thing and this be another. In other words, he's basically saying like, yes, I stole gas, but this is a different case, has nothing to do with this one. Judge me on this one. Jurors, all your humble servant Shakespeare doth entreat you, punish the Japanese fellow for his sins. Me lord.
If I may speak, me lord,
Yes, Mr. Foreman.
I believe we have been duped by that rotten defense lawyer.
But me? I do declare you might be right. We all know the wife there was making coins of ice to keep himself warm.
But this lawyer lad says if he's stealing gas, he deserves a dose of poison there. He's been leading us up the garden path. That's what he's been doing.
I really never said anything like that.
But that was just heard from the victim there has opened our eyes again. We've reached a decision this time, and we won't be swayed from it.
Great, now they decide him guilty again. I'm doing another summy mummy. The court acknowledges the position of the jury foreman and will duly hear the jury's findings. What? No. You can't yet. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will state your decisions now.
Guilty!
Guilty.
Guilty!
Guilty.
Guilty! Guilty!
I hereby declare the jury to be in one accord. Oh, happy day. How is this happening? Me lord, the defense asserts its right to carry out a summy mummy. Very well, the court upholds the defense's right. Typical. My learned friend is unable to accept the obvious truth. This trial therefore will enter its second summy mummy immediately. Jurors of the court calls upon each of you to state the grounds upon which you find the defendant guilty of the crime which he is charged, and all of your sayings are stupid. I don't like his face. I left my shoe at home. I didn't get enough cereal this morning for breakfast. My cat scratched me.
I'm a man of logic, me, and having considered all the evidence, the defendant must logically be guilty.
You just said I like logic. He didn't even say why he made the decision, he's just like, I like logic. I do agree that gas is far too expensive. I can quite understand why the man would want to avoid pain. And she just said gas is expensive. That's her reasoning. The stuff explodes and it can poison you. It's absolutely lethal. Gas is. Gas can kill you. That's why he's guilty. Gas doesn't come for free. It costs a fortune to deliver it around the city and maintain the pipes. A business costs money, therefore he's guilty.
Truth to be told, the tea my wife serves up for me is a little sketchy at times.
Therefore, he's guilty. If nothing else passed the victim's lips that night, there's no other explanation, is there? What is this? They have never a good reason to find anyone guilty. This is so stupid. I do feel that perhaps personal opinion about gas and its supply has influenced decisions somewhat. Somewhat. But never mind. But never mind. Fuck all of this. This is my court. I do whatever I want. No. You really should mind. The truth is, our counter-argument wasn't as unassailable as we hoped. Is that the Xbox logo on the goggles? Not really, but close. And Mr. Britney Spears was poisoned. There can be no doubt of that. And how are we supposed to turn this around? I think we need to establish the method by which Mr. Britney Spears was actually poisoned. What if he actually ate the soap out of hunger? Our only hope is to demonstrate that the court is incontrovertible. But that's surely almost impossible at this stage. If we don't manage it, though, Mr. Saskiewell will be found guilty. No delays, counsel. Proceed with the summy mummy. But I don't want to. I like logic. He is guilty.
Hold it!
All the evidence, you see.
That's right. There's no room for doubt. It's all pointing at the Japanese man with the big mustache.
Says the Englishman with the bigger mustache.
Which means we need to show the man some new evidence to make him change his mind.
If only we had the kind of evidence.
Don't worry, this summy mummy has barely started, really. Perhaps there will be a shift in the situation that shows an existing piece of evidence in a new light.
Let's hope so. To start with, though, I need to find some way out of this deadlock. Gas is expensive.
Hold it!
This isn't the time or the place to be discussing the price of gas, madam.
But really, think of the injustice. Air is a gas and air is free. Why should Altamont gas cost money?
Jesus. I don't know, madam. Maybe because air is available for free everywhere, while gas is actually part of our planet, down in the surface, that first needs to be extracted, then transported and stored, and then transported more, and then be used.
It makes my blood boil. I can feel myself becoming more ruthless than ever.
This isn't the time or the place to be ruthless either. If I might interject here, please explain to her the basics of gas. Yes, madam. It seems my fellow juror takes issue with the price our company charges for gas. But it's precisely because of thieves like this man that the cost goes up.
Oh, what a beastly man. That unkempt mustache, those hunched shoulders, poisoning tea and stealing gas. Utterly unforgivable.
Be right back.
Yeah.
No. Mr. Sasuke isn't the one who's been stealing gas. I'll thank you not to go adding on more crimes.
Mr. Sasuke hasn't been poisoning tea either. Well, anyway, I've quite made up my mind. It's as made up as the price of gas.
Stuff explodes and it can poison you. It's absolutely lethal gas. Is. Could we please talk about the poison rather than the gas? Do you think so?
Well, if you like. I mean, to be honest, I'd take poison over gas every time.
You would take poison?
I mean, what I mean is, poison can only poison you. It doesn't explode, does it?
Goodness me, what are you talking about? Set him straight, please, lawyer man. Well, it's certainly true that poison isn't prone to exploding. But I think you will find poison also can't light or heat up a room.
Oh, you're right. I hadn't considered that at all.
Young lawyer man. Yes? You have a good head on your shoulders. We could use someone like you as our company's legal representative. Oh, wasn't expecting to pick up more business in the middle of a trial, that's for sure.
Anyway, the point is, I haven't had the best experience with gas companies in the past.
Gas doesn't come free, it costs a fortune to deliver it around the city and maintain the pipes.
Hold it!
Can we please refrain from all this talk of gas? There's an all-out attack underway here in the case you hadn't noticed against my company's gas. And I'm supposed to sit here and take it, am I? I don't think so. She's really buzzing now. All I've heard about our wonderful fuel is explosions and poisonings. What about electricity, What about getting electrocuted? What about that? A little explosion here and there is nothing in comparison.
Any explosion could hardly be described as nothing, madam. Nevertheless, the theft of your gas is deplorable.
My point exactly. But the gas thieves aren't even the worst of our enemies. We have far more devious reprobates to contend with on a daily basis, you know. More devious? Who, madam? Other gas companies, of course. Other gas companies? Not quite what I was expecting. We generate gas and we deliver it to our customers fair and square.
Indeed. Nobody is questioning that, madam. Altamont is an exemplary gas company.
But there are other unscrupulous gas companies here in London that don't even have any gas at all. What? But if they don't have any gas, how do they go about selling it to people? You wouldn't think it's possible, would you? But they steal our gas, you see, and sell that.
They steal your gas? How on earth is such a thing possible?
gas companies like ours deliver gas to people's homes via a network of pipes. But these devious reprobates secretly disconnect our pipes and divert our gas into their own rotten pipes. When they make contract with the households supplied by those pipes, and take money for the precious gas that's rightfully ours without us even knowing.
They are diverting gas into their own pipes illegally. What a brazen form of theft.
When we visited customer houses to collect the money from the meters, we always have to check whether or not one of these devious companies has been up to its tricks.
Excuse me.
Do you have something to say about that, churro number 3?
Oh, Charlie, you mean me? I'm terribly sorry. I was just thinking to myself.
I really did catch him off guard there. Thinking about what the lady next to you was saying, correct?
Well, yes. I just got a little riled about it recently, you see.
Go on.
An Altamont gas worker visited my house the other day to investigate the pipework. We need to ask you for cooperation while we carry out a secret check of your property, sir, the fellow said. So I let him in, and do you know what he did?
I'm afraid I have no idea. Please tell us.
He proceeded to take one of my lights off the wall. Then he grabbed the exposed mouth of the pipe and started blowing into it.
What do you think you're doing, young man?
You're giving away company secrets there. Oh, please, everybody knows, but it was very nearly the death of me, I can tell you.
What do you mean? I'll explain it if you don't mind.
As I said before, these unscrupulous other gas companies connect their customers to our pipe network.
Yes, but how does blowing into the pipes come into it?
Obviously, there's gas in the pipes and it's at a fairly low pressure. By blowing air through the pipe, you can make the pressure drop temporarily. And if you do that, any lights connected to the same pipe will flicker for a moment.
Oh. Okay, where is this going?
I see. In other words, if you, upon blowing into the pipe the lights of an adjacent property that has no contract with your company flicker, you can know that these devious scoundrels have been meddling with the pipes.
Exactly, my lord. That's it in a nutshell.
It's the reason why we have teams of workers going around neighborhoods to investigate which lights flicker. The trouble is, the particular worker who came to my house didn't know the strength of his own breath. He blew down the pipe with all his might, and you can guess what happened, can't you?
Well, if he blew hard, then wait, you mean?
That's right. The lights didn't just flicker, they went out. Along with the stove, gas started pouring into the house.
What a disaster.
Gas supply must have been interrupted briefly because the man blew too hard, so the flames went out.
I'm afraid I yelled at the fellow. Are you trying to kill us all? I said. So, by disconnecting a lamp and blowing into the exposed gas pipe, it's possible to extinguish lamps and stoves connected to the same network of pipes. And then when the gas starts flowing again, it just silently seeps into the room. I understand that, but
Mr. Naruhodo, I think perhaps...
yes, this is almost certainly the clue that we've been hoping for. Did we? Juror number 3, the defense requests that you amend your statement to include that information. Oh well, if you like, I don't mind. Well, I do. That's our company's secret method of identifying. Like I said, madam, it's widely known already.
Very well, juror number 3, you will amend your statement accordingly.
Yes, my lord, although I'm not really sure what's the point of all of this. Blow too hard into a gas pipe and you extinguish everything in the house. And then you're in real trouble. I'm not sure what this
Hold it!
will give us. When you say extinguish in the house, do you mean even on different floors? Oh yes, all floors are connected to the same pipe after all. That is true of every building, because gas supply contracts are issued for whole properties. Well, I had no idea that it was possible to extinguish gas appliances simply by blowing down the pipe. It's not something we would like to publicize, to be honest. But we have to carry out these investigations, as I'm sure you can appreciate.
Indeed, it has been mentioned on more than one occasion in the papers even.
Is that so? It's been mentioned to me too, very recently. An incident involving the gas stove going out inexplicably, almost leading to someone's death.
Mr. Naruhodo, I think perhaps...
Yes, it's finally starting to fall into place. The secret link that joins all of these strange occurrences.
Hold it!
um...
It might seem unbelievable to you, but it's happening all the time right here in the capital. It's very difficult selling something you can't see, you know? Very difficult indeed.
Thank you, that will do. Clearly this is a very involved subject, but I feel we have digressed rather too much already.
I concur. Though if my learned friend wishes to become an expert in gas, I believe the subject will suit him well. To your new career in nothingness.
Thank you so much.
You will turn your attention to the next juror's assertion.
Truth to be told, the tea my wife serves up for me is a little sketchy at times.
Hold it!
Huh? You mean it's poison?
That's right. It happened a tiny few times now.
This is most troubling indeed.
It's always days like this one, and when I don't get any what? It's always days like this one when I don't get any wages. I get in at tea time, see? And I see her doing it, my wife. She gets that devilish look on her face as she slips some white powder into my cup.
And you drink it anyway?
I was brought up proper, I was. If someone gives you a cuppa, you drink it.
No, you're just dumb. And what happened to you? What did it taste like?
It was god awful, believe me, salty as hell.
She put salt into his tea.
And I think perhaps what your wife put in your tea was salt.
No. So, she doesn't even care enough to poison me properly? Unbelievable.
Let's move on, please.
That reminds me of school times when we had like cooking classes, and basically the class before us did something in the kitchen, and we of course made like a menu with dessert, and so we made our dessert, and then we ate of course our own dessert, only to be grossed out because the previous class did a prank. They put salt into the glass where there should be sugar. So yes, the entire dessert was very salty. If nothing else passed the victim's lips that night, there's no other explanation, is there?
Hold it!
Does that mean if the victim would be shown to have ingested something else, you would change your leaning? Oh, sorry? What's that now? Oh, I was just saying, if the victim did actually eat or drink something else on that night.
What's the matter with you?
Sorry? I said, if nothing else passed the victim's lip that night, there's no other explanation, is there?
Haven't you been listening to me at all?
I feel there's an English expression about a pot and a kettle that's appropriate here. Compared to the other jurors who don't even appear to have anything to say about the case at all, it would seem that this elderly gentleman has been listening to the proceedings far more intently. I suppose the trouble is he has selective hearing? Exactly, but still.
This juror may be well the key to the breakthrough that we so desperately need. This is hopeless. There's no way for me to appeal these people.
I do think that the only way we shall overcome this difficult situation is by exposing the way in which Mr. Shamspeare was really poisoned. We have to prove that it happened some other way and not via Mr. Saskisti.
Yeah, I know. The trouble is, I have absolutely no idea how it did happen.
Mr. Naruhodo, I wonder if perhaps there's something you might have forgotten.
Oh, like what?
It's important to watch everyone involved and pursue people if they react to something someone else says. If you would like me to remind you exactly what I mean, I'd be more happy to, of course.
Once again, Saskia's fate is entirely in my hands here. Probably owe it to my client to hear any advice my assistant may be able to offer. So perhaps I ought to let Susie remind me. Then again... for fuck's sake, let's refresh my memory. When a particular juror is talking to the other jurors, will be listening naturally. Most of the time when people are speaking themselves, they are careful not give away more than they want to. But when they are listening to others speak, they tend to be less guarded. It's very true. So if you see people reacted strangely in an unguarded moment, must pursue them. Yeah, we already did that. The thing about this is that the game never actually does it in a way of like not giving you a hint who is reacting to anything. If someone reacts to something anyone else is saying, you will see an icon. You will also see a very visible change in the behavior. But it's never going like, do this and then always go back and forth and look at the reaction to every sentence that is said. Okay. Wait, that explains it, right? That explains the painting and like the many handprints we found. Hi, Bob. That basically explains it, right? So what he did, now it makes sense. It makes sense. So Britney Spears basically went to his own lamp
because they know. So, Britney Spears went to his own lamp and blew into the he took the light bulb out, or actually the lamp, whatever, and blew into the gas pipe. What then happened is everything went out below him where Sasuke is living. And that's what he calls the curse, right? He says like, oh, everything went out. And that's why it happened. He did blew into the pipe, turning everything off on every floor. And that's the flickering that Mr. Kirita has experienced. Meanwhile, everything went out on Sasuke's floor. And it also made gas seep into his room. Like I said, he paid for it and then it went out. And that's why he almost dies every night. And he does it intentionally. So Sasuke is going to leave the room because he wants to rent the lower room. And if it's free, he can do that. That explains that. That also might explain... That might also explain why... No, but why? There's still the problem that he was poisoned. Okay. It's pitting time. It's this? Okay, I need also to click into the window. So I pit him against this.
Objection!
Those two statements clearly contradict each other.
Good gracious! To whose statements do you refer, counsel?
Juror number 6, did you hear what juror number 3 just said? What? Yes, of course, I heard him mumbling about something or other. There is another explanation here, I believe. Something besides Mr. Sasuke's teeth did, in a manner of speaking, pass the victim's lip on the night in question. What? What explanation? I wonder, did the police check the mouth of the gas pipe feeding the wall light at the scene? To see if there was any traces of poison there? I was curious to see what floundering would result in this time, but the mouth of a gas pipe? Scotland Yard have enough to do without exploring such irrelevance. What a piece of work is a man! What are you trying to say, Mr. Britney Spears? What speakest thou? Prithee, is it not strange and strange? That is what I say to thee, sir. I thought I'd been quite clear, but let me put it in another way. The strychnine could have been on the mouth of the gas pipe that feeds the wall lamp in your room. And that is how the poison came to enter your body.
Good lord!
Yes, but what is strychnine doing on the mouthpiece of a gas pipe? Are they tasty then, gas pipes? Is that what he's saying? Or is the gentleman suggesting that the poor man was so desperately hungry he tried to fill his belly with gas? Perhaps no actress would perform a kiss-off scene with him.
For shame, madam, speaking thy fancy. I assure you, I'm not such a buffoon that I have to kiss pipes.
Objection!
This is no summy mummy. This is a farce. The prosecution will not stand for any more of my learned Nipponese's friends' conjecture. To begin with, the lamp in the victim's room is high on the wall. In order to have placed his lips to the pipe that feeds it, he would have to be a contortionist. These are empty assertions. Would you stop doing that? There is no possible proof that the man did as you say.
Oh yes, we have proof of that.
Objection!
It is true. I have no proof that Mr. Britney Spears put his lips to the pipe. However, I can say with some certainty that on multiple occasions, Mr. Britney Spears has been doing something in front of that lamp on his wall. And I have evidence to prove it. Alright, you've got my attention, lad. I would like to see how you can be so sure of yourself.
So would I. Let's see this evidence then.
Now that I've got the jury's ear, I need to make this opportunity count. This is the proof that time and time again Mr. Shakespeare stood in front of the gas lamp. This here.
Take that!
What the? These are... wait, what are they called? Yes, skin prints that were found on the scene.
Skin prints, counsel? I'd never heard of such things. The Justice Ministry is currently assessing whether or not to permit fingerprints as evidence in court, however. Milord, this is an exciting new forensic technique developed by the great detective Mr. Sherlock Holmes. It reveals all of the places that Mr. Britney Spears touched in his room.
I've never seen anything like it. I mean, that's black magic, isn't it? Of course. Well, if anyone could invent something like this, it's the great Sholmes fellow, that's for sure. I agree. This month's edition of Engineering Thumbs was quite fascinating. We found skin prints in many places that you would expect. On the table, on the costumes. However, Mr. Britney Spears also appears to have been touching some very unexpected places in his room. For example, here. Around the hanging
Picture there? Indeed, multiple handprints appear to be visible. Well, I wonder, could he have been appreciating the artwork, perhaps?
At first, my colleagues and I thought the same. However, imagine standing with your hands where those prints are and you would find yourself directly in front of...
In front of? Huh?
I don't believe it. The gas lamp. Though the reason why isn't immediately obvious, it's clear that Mr. Britney Spears has regularly been standing with his hands on the wall in front of that lamp. Right, we have to be... what have you been up to, you nut? I'd ask the court to recall juror number 4's earlier statement. Me? What did I say? You said that blowing into a gas pipe would make the lights in the entire building flicker. And now, if you will recall juror number 3's statement...
What? Me now?
When the gas worker who visited his home blew with too much force into the pipe. It caused all the lights and gas stove to go out and gas to start leaking into the rooms. Obviously, that incident was an accident. However, the simple fact is, if Mr. Britney Spears were to have blown hard into the gas pipe here in his room, he could have extinguished every other light and gas stove in the building at will.
Crikey!
Are you suggesting the man purposefully caused the gas to...
Objection!
Of course he's going to object to that. Whilst I acknowledge that the prosecution is required to remain silent during a summary, I must toast my learned friends' utter disregard for the letter of the law.
What is the meaning of this, Lord Van Zeeks?
This curious photo, or whatever it is, presented by the defense, the so-called skin prints. He will bring this up and say like it's not legally accepted, so therefore we cannot take it as evidence. Clearly, that cannot be accepted as any form of usable evidence in this case.
But it's an exciting new forensic technique developed by the great detective.
It's nothing. A mere toy developed by an amateur sleuth with too much time on his hand.
Certainly, even research of this nature by the esteemed Mr. Sholmes.
His clear proof is too new and effective for me. He's the defense. It makes sense that he tries his best to make these things not be taken as evidence. I would do the same if I was in his shoes. And in all honesty, he's right. That's the problem. As long as it is not accepted as an actual evidence for court, it doesn't matter how actually true it is.
Cannot be recognized by the court as formal evidence.
But
please, me lord, if I may.
Miss Susie?
It was not the defense's intention to submit the skin prints as formal evidence. We merely wish to present the results of the great detective's investigation of the scene as a tool by which to explain a possibility to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury. And if the trial were to come to an end now, we should never learn the truth behind these mysterious handprints that everyone has now seen. I don't believe we can swallow. I don't believe we can allow that to happen, and I'm sure the jurors would agree.
You're right. Whether those strange handprints are significant clue or not, it's down to us to decide. Sure, number 3.
Oh yes, I do declare the great detective's investigation results sound absolutely fascinating. And I want to hear what the shady actor fellow has to say about those shady handprints.
What's the matter with you two? That was foolhardy.
Well, I did say it, didn't I? And I don't like to break a promise.
No, wait, you heard his lordship.
It's not fair.
Oh, well done, Mr. Naruhodo. Just one more juror changes his or her mind. Mr. Natsume, Mr. Sasuke's trial will have to continue.
Oh god. Thank you, Miss Susie, but I couldn't have done it without you. Actually, I did nothing.
Oh no, it was you who identified the clue after all. This is very much your success.
Oh, hi there. Are we like in trouble or something? I expect a very dramatic dying scene at the end, and I'm looking forward to it. And then never to see you ever again in my entire life. Why, Mr. Britney Spears? You seem to be losing your composure.
Just one more churro, Mr. Naruhodo. You can do it. Very well. Continue, Counsel.
What do you mean, continue? Shit. He wants logic. I don't know what I shall do here. Yeah, we don't need this. Gas doesn't come for free. It costs a fortune to deliver it around the city and maintain pipes. I have 3 people and I need to push 2 against each other. I'm a man of logic. All the evidence, the defendant must logically be guilty. All the evidence, you say? That's right, there's no room for doubt. It's all pointing at the Japanese man with the mustache. Evidence just demonstrates another person. What do you make of that? What? Your so-called skin prints?
It's an exciting new forensic investigation technique developed by the great detective himself.
The numerous handprints on the wall are clearly out of the ordinary. And if Mr. Britney Spears had indeed put his mouth to the gas pipe on that night in question, it can't be denied there's a possibility that's where the poison was. Why? This part has not been explained. Why would there be poison on that? What does it do there? Well, yes, I won't deny that it's playing on my mind. But as the prosecution rightly says, we should pay no heed to unacceptable forms of evidence. And besides... Yes? Even if the fellow has been up to some mischief with the gas pipe dozens of times before, it does mean he got up to the same shenanigans on that night in question, does it? Oh. If you can't make your case better than that, I'm afraid I can't change my stance.
You do make a very valid point, sir.
What? True. Perhaps it was a little hasty. No, wait. Look, you've got your chance here, haven't you? So it's time to prove your theory. If you and your Japanese cohorts can, that is. Just leave our nationality out of this, please.
Mr. Naruhodo, if we can't substantiate our position, I'm afraid the jurors that changed their minds before may very well change them back.
Is there any more proof I can give here? Can I show that Mr. Britney Spears really did blow down the gas pipe on the night in question? I have a supporting testimony? The fuck? I mean, yes, actually we do. We actually do have one, and that is Sasuke's testimony. Right? I'm not sure if he said anything about it, but he has. Let's try this because the No, in truth, I don't have evidence to support my theory. However, there is a witness testimony that substantiates it.
What? What's that? Testimony?
This is incredible! Whose testimony?
Yes, it's all connected. Everything is linked. A person whose testimony revealed details about the gas in the Garrett residence that night. Oh, it's actually... Oh, sorry. Let me reread this. A person whose testimony revealed details about the gas in the Garrett residence that night. Namely, himself. Because he said he controls it. He sees when it flickers.
Take that!
It must be him. Well, Mr. Foreman, does that convince you? Please tell me that is right. I don't think he was listening. It is not. A witness who spoke about gas on the night in question. Okay, so we do this again. Shush.
Hold it!
Okay, so we do this again. Do we have evidence? No. Not really. Okay. So let's try Sasuke. Wait. It could also be him. It could also be him since he was like observing the room. No, he was observing the lower room.
Huh?
Wait. Britney Spears was in the middle, right? He got the middle floor. Upper floor is
Carrot Top.
middle floor is Britney Spears and the lower floor is Sasuke, right? It's just weird because like when you look from the outside street, the lowest floor was actually the one with the soaps, which doesn't make sense. No? He's on the bottom floor. He wanted the middle floor. Oh, okay. Okay, then it makes sense, but that would mean it's him, right?
Take that!
Well, Mr. Foreman, does that convince you? No? Okay, then my actual second guess is probably the correct one. I'm just pissed off that I have to go load. I'm not sure if I loaded, if I saved before this happened. Check the time. Uh, 32 is now. That has been 5 minutes. I'm not sure if I actually saved right before that. It's okay, I will make now a save. If I fail it again, I can load it again. It's okay. It's a bit annoying, just to be sure. Okay,
Hold it!
yeah. Well, I should save again then. Okay, let's save here. Now it's definitely at the right place. Blah blah blah. I mean, it only leaves him, right? I mean, I expect the game is going to kill me. No, it's actually correct. Okay, cool. Obviously, I'm talking about the defendant, Mr. Sasuke himself.
The defendant?
At the very beginning of the proceedings here in court yesterday, Mr. Sasuke said the following. My lodgings! There's been a whole series of strange happenings in my lodgings. Even on that fateful night it happened when I returned from Mr. Britney Spears' room. I lit my gas stove and climbed into bed, but before long, the stove went out and somebody tried to kill me. True. On the night in question, the gas in the defendant's room went out. So I asked the court, was that a mere coincidence or not? Good, Johnny.
That's... So that Shakespeare fellow blew air into the gas pipe to make the man's stove go out on purpose?
Now hold your horses there. What would he do that for?
Mr. Foreman,
What is it, man?
we cannot allow judgment to be passed whilst this doubt remains. It's true that I don't have conclusive evidence yet. However, you must surely agree there is more to this case than meets the eye.
Yeah. Fair enough. Like I said at the outset, I'm a man of logic first and foremost.
That's four jurors leaning towards not guilty, my lord. We've overturned the decision. Therefore, the defense calls for the trial to continue.
As the defense has rightfully indicated, the Summy Mummy has concluded with a majority of jurors altering their decisions. 2 juror members now call guilty, 4 now call not guilty. Therefore, the jury's opinion is conflicted and in accordance with the law of this land. I hereby order the continuation of this trial. Mr. William Britney Spears. Me lord, how can thy humble Shakespeare serve thee? What say you in response to the various revelations made during the Summy Mummy? So good meant me, I do solemnly swear, I recall aught of either the lamp or the pipe.
But your handprints have made a tidy mess all over the wall there. How do you explain that, eh?
Stop throwing bottles into the audience. I am done with this. The dignity of this great courtroom has been sullied enough already. Juror number 5. Oh, me? As I went to some pains to point out already, a print from the self-professed detective Stoy has no place in the British court of law.
Ah,
As such, whether or not these men did indeed stand before the gas lamp with his hands against the wall remains at this time unestablished conjecture. You would all do well to remember that.
Ah,
Objection!
But the prosecution must have conceded that it would be extremely simple to verify. Just order the mouth of the gas pipe feeding that lamp in Mr. Britney Spears' room to be examined. If there are any traces of poison there,
Objection!
what appears to be extremely simple is my Nipponese friend's mind. You will recall that in order to check for the presence of poison in the tea, some remnants of the tea were required. Yes. Therefore, it shouldn't be beyond your wit to imagine that even if the poison were to have been spread on the pipe, it would have completely evaporated by now, making any analysis impossible. Ah, I didn't think of that.
in any case, counsel, I fail to see what could possibly have motivated the man to do as you described. Why on earth would this fellow have wanted to blow air into the gas pipe work where he lived?
I know. There's only one possibility that I can think of, and that is...
to use the leaking gas to commit murder.
Order! Order! Counsel? Precisely whose life do you propose this man was plotting to end?
Answer couldn't be simpler. Now we have unraveled the mystery of this far. Mr. Britney Spears wanted to end the life of...
Take that!
If a gas lamp were to go out, it would be noticed immediately, of course. But a gas stove, on the other hand, could be silently extinguished by the killer without anyone noticing.
I live round these parts myself, so I know what it's like. I can tell you, trying to sleep without the stove lit is pretty much suicide. You would freeze to death in no time.
Mr. Curtis, the landlord, has a large fireplace in his part of the residence on the top floor. In other words, it wasn't the landlord, but a fellow lodger whose life Mr. Britney Spears was trying to end.
Outrageous!
I'm talking, of course, about the defendant. Mr. Sasuke isn't the villain in this case. He's the victim this man was trying to murder.
Good gracious!
Objection!
Of course.
The accused is actually the aggrieved. Interesting. However, the fundamental facts of the case remain unchanged. Namely, that the accused is the aggressor here.
What? How can you still claim that?
Let us indulge your fancies for a moment and assume that there was indeed poison on the mouth of the gas pipe. The question that then arises is who put it there?
Who did put it there?
The only logical conclusion is that the person responsible was aware of this man's trickery with the gas supply, and his intent to kill.
Yes, that would be indeed seem logical. If the assailant were unaware, how would he or she have known to lace the end of the gas pipe with poison?
So now we must ask, how could anyone have known of Mr. Britney Spears' murderous designs?
You mean you to suggest?
Naturally,
This voice, it's so difficult to pronounce that. Naturally.
the sole possible answer to that question couldn't be more obvious. Only the man whose life was being threatened could possibly have known.
What?
In other words, the person who put the poison on the gas pipe in what was a clear retaliatory attack can only have been the accused, Mr. Sasuke.
Actually, no.
Whatever Mr. William Britney Spears may or may not have contrived to do, he was nevertheless the victim of a potentially lethal poison attack. And the only person who could possibly have perpetrated that attack is the accused Mr. Natsume. The defense counsel's theorizing has failed to avert suspicion from the accused, far from it. In fact, now that a clear motive for the poisoning has been successfully established, that suspicion is greater than ever. Would you not agree, my Nibonese friend?
Arg. How did he manage to turn that around on me so rapidly? Mr. Naruhodo, you must respond. Otherwise, the members of the jury may very well change their leanings against us again. And this may be our last chance to gain the advantage. What advantage? Well, it would seem that someone put poison on the gas pipe in Mr. Mr. Britney Spears' room. So we must name that person now and absolve Mr. Sasuke of guilt. You mean name the true culprit? I know, it might sound impossible, but if we fail to do that, I have no doubt Mr. Sasuke's fate will be sealed once and for all. You know, out of these people, I mean, there's him, right? There's him. He is like an official worker for the Ultimate Gas Company, so he could have easily went in, say like, oh, I'm controlling. And he was in that room multiple times. That's why they were like investigating him, because there were no coins in the machine. So he would have a chance to actually do it, right? He has also a motive for it, because his wage is getting cut because of that guy's doing. So he has all the reason to get rid of him, because he couldn't prove until now why this guy has used no money for gas. He has a motive. Because I don't think that he actually would do it. It's silly. Why would he? He also had no idea, so I think it's him. As it happens, one possible culprit does come to mind. The evidence, the poison, it's all pointing to a particular person now. I don't think it's Miss Green, because it makes no sense. She had a relationship with this guy, but then again, like, wait a second. She might have, because Ross was renting the place at the middle floor. When did he? A year? That makes sense. So Miss Green has also a motivation to do this. Because this guy, Britney Spears, basically also killed Ross. And somehow she found out. She also got stabbed with the knife. But that was an accident. But she was there. She was there. And didn't we also find, like, books from her in Britney Spears' apartment as well, I think? And that's why she wanted to kill herself, right? She couldn't live with the idea that she killed someone. She wanted revenge for the death of Ross.
But then she tried to kill herself because she couldn't live with it and she wanted to be together again with Ross. That would make sense. The gas control guy is just to throw us off. He has also motive to do it. But he would be a fool to kill someone because of this. She has all the reasons to do so.
The prosecution calls for the jury to consider their leanings again. I trust you will make the correct choice this time, Mr. Foreman.
Huh, what? Oh, don't worry. We know exactly.
So who is running now into the courtroom, or is it me? There's one other person who I believe could have been involved in all of this. The true culprit of this crime.
The true culprit?
A term found only in second-rate novels featuring third-grade great detectives, my Nipponese friend. But why not? This farce has gone on for so long already, I see no reason to cut it short before its disappointing climax.
Thank you.
Tell us, my learned Nipponese friend, what is your latest theory? Who is the so-called true culprit of this crime?
This makes the most sense to me. I could be wrong. I'll go with it, and if it's wrong, then there's also Mr.
Herre.
Or this guy. I'll go with her.
Take that!
And it's wrong. Interesting. The name of the person responsible for the poison that afflicted Mr. Britney Spears is, I believe, Miss Olive Green.
Miss Olive Green, Miss Olive Green. I do feel as though I've heard the name in the recent past, Counsel, but I don't recall where.
Miss Olive Green, the woman from 6 days ago. The victim in the recent case of stabbing on Briar Road. An incident for which Mr. Sasuke was arrested, I hasten to add.
Oh, of course, Miss Green. She was left comatose for some 3 days, I believe, but I hear she regained consciousness 2 days ago.
And I hardly need to remind the court that Mr. Britney Spears' poisoning took place 3 days ago. Given that the woman was lying comatose in a hospital bed at the time, she appears to have a rather fine alibi.
True, on the night that incident occurred, Miss Green was in the hospital, unconscious. So on the face of it, it would seem that she couldn't possibly be responsible, but still. My colleagues and I visited Miss Green in the hospital yesterday, and we found her to be in possession of a bottle of poison.
Good gracious, she had poison?
And there's another fact that links Miss Green to this case as well. The defense requests that she brought to the witness stand in order to explain the details to the court.
Tell me, Mr. Britney Spears. Me lord, pray, what be thy bidding? Are you acquainted with Miss Green? Eh? No, never heard of her. Judging by the look on Mr. Britney Spears' face, I think perhaps he genuinely doesn't know her, at least not by name.
As the voice of Her Majesty's prosecution here, I adhere to my word. We will see my learned Nipponese's friend's farce through to its conclusion.
I appreciate that.
The prosecution requests a short recess, my lord, in order to subpoena the witness and bring her here.
Yes, Miss Olive Green.
Indeed, my lord. 1 hour should be sufficient.
Very well, I grant the request.
Excellent, I hope.
The defense... the defense has made a most extra common accusation, I must say. But at the present time, I feel the prosecution's argument remains largely uncontested. Accordingly, I'm afraid the defendant and his culpability remain the sole subject of this court's attention. Thank you, counsels. We reconvene in 1 hour. Court is adjourned.
The end.
No, it's to be continued.
I was right. Oh my god.
Oh no. Oh no. We have to listen to Bailiff again.
Joyful, jubilant, jumping jacks. Oh, Mr. Sasuke, I'm so pleased for you. Locum student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire and non-locum Judy assistant Miss Mikotoba Esquires. Now, finally, at long last, there can be proof. Proof that I'm innocent, and proof that my tea is innocent.
Ah, good morning, my dear fellows.
Ah, Herlock Sholmes. May you drink tepid tea and fall forever silent.
Oh, the tea was innocent.
Oh, Mr. Sholmes, you came. How wonderful.
Please, save your derision. I know what you're all thinking. Good morning, he says, when it's very nearly time for luncheon.
Luncheon. That is, by the way, the newest Pokemon in the next edition of Pokemon. Luncheon.
Your scorn is written clearly across your face. Your faces, actually.
Nobody said or thought anything of the sort.
The truth is, I was determined that today would be the day. As sleep seduced me last night, I thought, tomorrow, for once, I shall not oversleep. I will rise early and be present in the court to support my companions.
Which is a good idea, so... like, already imagining the next day before you go to sleep actually helps you to get up next day.
Such spirited determination has a beauty all of its own, does it not?
Oh, yes.
And then I began to muse on the subject. Why do people oversleep? I queried. Why time after time do they make the same foolish blunder? And the answer came to me at once. It's so delightfully simple. People oversleep because they sleep.
You don't say.
Well, is that not an astute insight into the matter?
Oh, yes.
Upon which realization I attempted an experiment. I didn't sleep a wink all night.
of course he didn't. And the results? By first light, I was exhausted and began to be assailed by fits of drowsiness. Shocking. And so, the conclusion of last night's experiment is this. A good night's sleep is quite simply essential.
He's right.
Sleep is one of the most important things every day you do. You might dislike it as much as you want, but it's the truth. Yes, I think most of us probably knew that already. What others presuppose I prove by experimentation. That, my dear fellow, is the scientific method. Ah yes, and one more thing, do you remember this?
Tell me it's strychnine. Ah!
Yes, of course, it's the poison that Miss Green was about to drink at the hospital yesterday. Oh, you didn't manage to? It was a laborious task, as the bottle was near empty, but such inconveniences do not hinder Sholmes. I managed to confirm that it contained strychnine.
Ah,
Nice. But is it actually accepted in court? I guess it's the same method that Scotland Yard uses? I hope? Because otherwise we are not able to use it? So I was right. Perhaps. Though, of course, such circumstantial evidence doesn't prove Miss Green's guilt. That is true. But we found books. And that is why we have that. That is why we have this here. The books. It's the same books she had in the other case. And we found at least one of those books in the room of Britney Spears. Yep. I shall leave the bottle in your care now, but licking the inside of the neck is not recommended. Could I have a word? I hate when they do the question marks because you never know who's actually talking. Grex, how good of you to come. He hates him so much. Wait a minute, Inspector.
What do you
From the look on your face, I would say it's someone else who you think is making a nuisance of himself. Yes, I actually speak Grex like that. My dear Inspector, please, speak freely. Pretend that I'm not here.
do you have the results, Inspector, of the investigation of Mr. Britney Spears' room?
Oh, you mean the man from this newspaper article we discovered yesterday in Mr. Britney Spears' room?
A man by the name of, yes, Selden.
Hi, Bob.
Something caught your eye? What, Inspector? What?
Yes, what? Was it a cabin in the woods? Good movie, by the way. Don't be alarmed. This is just an audio save. Cheers to you, Bob. Thank you. Scotland Yard's file about the convicted criminal Selden that includes the newspaper article about him dying of illness in prison. These documents are in my possession and we are looking at them. Let's first look at this. So, this is the poison we've been hearing so much about, strychnine. There are a few remnants on the bottom of the blue bottle here, look. You mustn't be tempted to try it. Of course not, as long as we don't lose this trial. Jesus. Oh, even if we lose the trial. No, we mustn't lose the trial in the first place, Mr. Naruhodo. Make up your mind, Susie. Anything else? No? Okay. Investigative findings related to Selden. 18 counts of burglary, 6 counts of suspected murder. Jesus. Died of natural causes whilst in prison, his final moments witnessed only by his cellmate. Who was his cellmate? The estimated £1,000 worth of loot he stole remains uncovered, and this is all about this. William Britney Spears wants this. That's why he tries to get into the apartment. And I'm pretty sure that the key around Miss Green's neck is actually the key that you need to unlock something where this loot is in. I wouldn't be surprised. This is the same thing we had before. Yep. This is the only new information. 18 counts of burglary, 6 counts of suspected murder. It would be interesting to know who his cellmate was. Include the details that were in the newspaper cutting we found in Mr. Britney Spears' room. Sorry. I'll rearrange everything in the court record so we don't have duplicate information. Why are you giving us a copy of this important file though?
Well, you just want to go for popularization. And just we got pressure with you.
Oh, Scotland Yard's workings are so wonderful.
Indeed, my dear fellows, and the inspector here is a shining diamond in its own crown.
A shining diamond in the rough, maybe.
Yes, sure. I don't want to that's sure.
Oh no, here it comes. I'm very sorry. Counsel of the defense and the defendant. Court proceedings are about to resume. Make your way into the courtrooms at once. I'm very sorry.
Well, I shall leave you then. I'll be listening with interest from the public gallery, not nodding off at all, certainly not.
Thank you, Mr. Sholmes. I'm rather tired of seeing Mr. Mustache in the floods of tears personally, so the best of luck to you.
Welcome, student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire.
Yes, Mr. Sasuke?
It's time, isn't it?
Yes, this is it. Miss Olive Green and Mr. William Britney Spears. This is going to be the final battle. That means Lord Van Zeeks will have 3 wings now. Very important for last boss battles. I won't really have saved Sasuke until I've exposed the whole truth of everything that's been going on. But it's all coming to a head now. You can do it, Ryu. You have to.
Round 1. Round 3.
Heaven or hell, fight!
Oh God.
In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session again now. Before the recess, we heard a most startling accusation from the defense. Namely, that victim of the case we heard here only a few days ago is the true perpetrator of this incident.
A reckless rash and prejudiced. I hate this word.
Charge of wrongdoing, in my opinion, my lord. However, the prosecution has tried to extend every courtesy to this amateur newcomer from the dubious eastern shores.
Thank you for that backhanded consideration.
A rather cold assessment from the Honourable British prosecutor, I must say. So Lord Van Zeeks is the new witness present and ready to take the stand.
Ready and waiting in the witness's antechamber, my lord.
Very well. Bailiff, bring the witness in.
Oh God.
Witnesses, state your names and occupations for the court, please.
Actually, just only Mrs. Green. The other one, we already know.
William Britney Spears, me liege. For mine occupation, I cannot say only that I be a tragic victim to be pitied.
Currently unemployed, in other words.
I'm Olive Green. I'm a fledgling artist. Well, no. Not a fledgling, really. A hopeless failure who's too weak-spirited to admit she has no talent, I suppose.
Also currently unemployed, in other words.
What a coterie.
Mr. Britney Spears. Me lord, I am thy humble servant. I'm afraid that you are no longer merely the victim in this affair. The possibility has been raised that you are in fact the assailant intent on taking the life of your fellow lodger. The part you have played in this whole business will be thoroughly scrutinized, I assure you.
I would for naught else, me lord.
And Miss Green. Yes? You are aware of the reason you have been summoned to this courtroom today, I presume? Yes, the officer did explain. He said I poisoned this ridiculous buffoon.
And do you accept the charge, Miss Green?
I don't know anything about any poisoning. And I don't know anything about this man. Come, lady, die to live. Morning lunch. Verily, I know thy prickly pea-pigmented personage. Very well, let us proceed with the matter at hand. That being to ascertain whether or not Miss Green has any involvement in this affair. It's all very strange indeed. Why would you suspect me? I barely ever go to the East End anyway. It so happens that I passed by the neighborhood 6 days ago, that's all. And on the night that this man was poisoned, I was still in the hospital fighting for my life.
Yes, having been unfortunately caught up in the incident on the street outside the household. An incident that rendered you unconscious for some 3 days.
I was struck in the middle of my back by a knife, though no fault of my own, and now I'm under suspicion.
One second.
What other irrelevant things might I be suspected of? It's all very disturbing.
Yes, my mic was muted. Thank you so much for telling me. Sorry. Would never happen to any streamer ever.
It was 6 days ago, about 5 p.m. I was walking along in the snow when I was suddenly stabbed in the back.
Oh yeah, and by the way, if if like the audio ever gets like crackling or anything like that, please tell me, because I cannot tell. I do the 1 hour breaks of the audio to avoid that, but sometimes it still happens. So don't be afraid to say anything. You shouldn't push a brush against your cheek.
Coincidentally, it happened to be just outside the house where the men in this case have their lodgings. I was at the tavern on the eve of which thou speakest, for I had bespoke my supper. It was the first time I'd been in the area. I had a little matter to attend to, that's all.
Static's been there for 7 hours. Good. I don't believe you.
Anyway, I was admitted straight to hospital, so I knew nothing about all of this business.
Aww. Yeah, very nice. You know, very nice. How about you solve my riddle? It's not that difficult.
Yes, a second incident inside a week at what I believe to be aptly described as the haunted lodgings. One can only presume this is a most unfortunate coincidence.
Meanwhile, you say you were not in your room, Mr. Britney Spears.
'Twas the following morn I did awaken that I learned of the dire events. Diddly diddly do. Mary, what commotion did the officer of the law make on the floor above mine?
Prince Huskerson was arrested on suspicion of attempted murder.
As suspected, there is nothing connecting these two witnesses but happenstance.
No? So, he was not home. She basically broke in. Speak of broke in. Do we have that? No. Okay. Wait, is potentially the key around her neck actually a key to that specific room? It's true. It does seem as though they are unrelated at first glance, but I'm not so sure. There's something lurking in the shadows here. I feel certain of it.
1-6.
Hello there, Yami. How are you doing?
The new Edgeworth.
Apparently, yes. And this is my one and only chance to expose it. I mean, old Edgeworth. Lord 1-6 is like 22. He just looks older because he's like 4,798 years old.
Counsel, you may now cross-examine the two witnesses if you wish.
Yes, my lord. This is gonna be funny.
Hold it!
I'm well acquainted with the case. I'm sorry you had to go through that.
It was awful. I still can't believe I was unconscious for so long. And I woke up to find that the case had been solved and the culprit arrested.
Yes, the incident has been resolved already. Perhaps it would help you to consider it a bad dream that ended with your awakening, and you should now be forgotten.
Yes, I suppose so. Thank you.
But before you put it completely behind you, Miss Green, I need you to remember the details one last time. You must tell the court exactly what happened that day for us to arrive at the truth about this new case.
The trouble is, there's nothing to tell really. I was just walking along the pavement.
He's lying.
Hold it!
What were you doing there that day, though?
What do you mean?
The art school you attend, what's it called?
Yes, it's the Thorndike Academy of Fine Arts. According to Mr. Sholmes, that's just in the vicinity of Brixton Road, which is some 10 stops away from the scene of the underground.
I believe you mentioned before that you also live on Brixton Road, is that right? Isn't that right? So why then would you have been walking along Briar Road in the middle of the East End?
Well, it's because, oh yes, of course, I thought it might make a nice picture.
Good lie.
The witness is a student of art. City-dwelling artists can't all paint grand urban vistas.
That's right. I happen to like the crumbling look of the part of town. Perhaps quaint would have been a less grating term.
Point is, she's definitely hiding something.
Yes, it seems she's not going to be forthcoming with the truth.
If she's trying to hide why she was there that evening, it must mean there's a reason for her not wanting us to know. That's the key to this. No, we already have the proof. Why? And you, Mr. Britney Spears, on the evening of the incident 6 days ago? Would you tell the court what exactly you were doing? Or could you actually say nothing, because then I don't have to voice act this horrible character?
'Twas be my pleasure, sire.
Also the toner of just as well had bespoken my supper.
Hold it!
A tavern, you say? Which one?
'Twas the slug. It was the slug and salad where did tarry. 'Tis a jewel in the East End.
And a little unexpected, I feel.
What do you mean, Lord Van Zieks?
The slug and salad offers unusually fine dining for the locality at least. Not an establishment you would expect to be patronized by a man with not even a crumb of bread in his room.
It's true, the menu lists premium crusts of bread and glasses of water in different levels of cloudiness.
The luxury of the poor man's taste.
Premium crusts of bread and glasses of water in different levels of cloudiness. Jeez.
I would have expected grubbery in the local vicinity to be more appropriate for your means. Watery soup and mushy peas, or rather soupy water and peel like mush.
All equally appetizing.
I just wanted to try some water in a different pub for once. What's wrong with that?
How different can water really be?
It can,
But if it all is the same water, it's not.
or perhaps there's a more plausible explanation. a specific reason why he had to go to that particular establishment.
Agreed. The fact that on that day, of all days, he dined at a place he wouldn't normally, it does stand out. So, Mr. Britney Spears' own actions on that day of the incident 6 days ago were slightly suspicious. I wonder if we have some evidence that can explain those actions. I can't actually. I don't feel like I have anything. Wait a second. No, that is Saskia's books. Unless it's this, but why would you go to a pub for that? Unless she told him to go there, then went into his room, poisoned the thing, and then met him in the pub. But that doesn't make sense. I don't think we have any proof for this. We should, but I cannot think of any evidence that... It's so hard to tell. This is books from Saskia. This is our map, which has no meaning yet. Did he go there because he needed replacement for his soaps? That's a possibility. No. When did he die? Early morning hours, but it doesn't say at which. Suffering a fever since the end of October. Natural causes, early mornings. But it doesn't say when. So, I don't think we have currently evidence for this. I'll keep a save for this, but I don't think I have something right now. I wish we did, but sadly I can't think of anything at the moment. If we find a clue that could explain why Mr. Britney Spears went there, we must present it to the court. Yes, absolutely. If that's all on this matter, Counsel, I would ask Miss Green to reiterate her next statement. Yes. was the first time I'd been in the area. I had little matter to attend to, that's all. I could literally throw evidence at her for this, but let's press first because
Hold it!
I'm reconnecting to my chat. Yay! And I'm back in the chat. What little matter, Miss Green? Please elaborate.
It was nothing, really. It was not worth mentioning.
That is not an explanation. You're in court. Like, what is this game series? Like, witnesses are like, I don't want to explain it. I mean, the best part in this series was still like the one witness that literally destroyed evidence in court in front of everybody, and it was just like, oh, that happens. If you remember, you mentioned it to us yesterday at the hospital. Ah, it was related to the card you were holding. Miss Green. What was that? She clearly just hit something behind her back. From my memory, I believe the card contained a note that read, I have information regarding the death of Duncan Ross.
What does it matter? This has nothing to do with Duncan.
Excuse me!
Mr. Britney Spears, do you have something to share with the court?
To be or not to be? That's the question. Ah, pray, forgive me. The great bard's word springeth from within me with never a thought.
Don't tell me it's because you're possessed by Shakespeare's spirit, right? Hearing Miss Green's words a moment ago seemed to make you think of something of relevance, perhaps?
Well, nay, sire, that's, 'twas nothing at all.
Presumably you know the name, though. Mr. Duncan Ross, I mean. After all, you were both lodgers in the same house.
It would, I would it were so, but sadly nay. Lodging be a lonely occupation, sire. My lodging fellows be rarely known to me.
So you haven't heard of him, even though he passed away in the room just one floor above yours.
Miss Green. Me, my lord, have I done something wrong? The card was... the card that was mentioned before, containing the note. Do you have it upon your person?
It is the cut. This is the envelope. Wait, so she went to his room. She opened the envelope in his room, but didn't pick up the ripped off part of the envelope. She left it in the room. Did it have instructions on it?
I do, yes, but I don't need it anymore. In fact, I should throw it away, really. Before you dispose it, the court will take it as evidence, please.
Note in an envelope that seems to have been ripped open rather roughly. It contains instructions to meet with someone who claims to have information about Duncan Ross. Of course, that's what links Mr. Britney Spears and Miss Green. It does. Envelope has been ripped open rather carelessly, hasn't it? Screen strikes me as the type to open correspondence more neatly than that. Ah, what is it? The way the envelope is torn, I'm almost sure I've seen that exact same shape somewhere else. Oh, you don't mean? Are you thinking of the piece of evidence? Of this piece of evidence, Mr. Naruhodo? Exactly, that's it. Try to match it up. Oh no, it fits. They go together perfectly. This torn off end of the envelope clearly belongs with this card. It seems to have been ripped open rather roughly. The envelope fits perfectly torn off piece of hand at scene of crime. Yes, can we actually also... Why are you not letting me read this? That doesn't make sense. Fit perfectly together. Yes, there's no question they're both from the same letter. But that means something doesn't quite add up here, does it? You could also open that piece of paper. You know? Anything new here? Or is it the same as before? It's the same as before. It's Duncan Ross. Now, continue with your testimony, please, Miss Green. Anyway, I was admitted straight to the hospital, so I knew nothing about all of this business.
Hold it!
Yes, you didn't regain consciousness until the day after the trial, did you? In the early hours. Exactly. So how could I have had anything to do with it? And yet you still haul me in here to court like this, honestly. So at the time of the poisoning, the witness was unconscious in her hospital bed. Could there be a more airtight alibi, I ask you? And yet, in spite of that, you claim that I was the culprit? Well, But you certainly haven't produced any evidence to support your wild claim, have you? None at all. There you have it. The good lady has yet to see evidence, my learned Nipponese friend. I'm working on it. Counsel, I will point out here that the jury's next decision will be final. Whoa. Really up against the wall here. No, we are not. Oh, Mr. Naruhodo, you pursued Mr. Britney Spears wonderfully there. It's worked out well, hasn't it? We have a new clue at least. At last. Alright, now I need to pull off a really insightful objection somewhere. Well, as you managed to expose this promising new angle, I wonder if you should perhaps try to develop that? Ah, yes, of course. And yelling out objections isn't necessarily the best way to do that, I suppose. So you want me to actually go into evidence as well? Okay, so we have the poison. We have here the photograph that indicates that he was a lodger there. He also died there. She was romantically... So she was about to marry him. She has a reason for revenge. We have a proof. We have this proof here that connects her to that room. She was definitely in there because of this. And it's all about the money this guy left behind. I don't think I have anything to look at or anything.
Hold it!
Let's see. I think this is not the one. Huh? Yeah, next. Coincidentally, I happen to just be outside the house where the men in this case have the lodgings.
Hold it!
What are you doing? I then...
Hold it!
Oh, that was actually new text. Duncan Ross, please Miss Green tell us more about the note.
I'm sorry. There's really nothing I can tell you. But I can assure you, it's unrelated to all of this. Completely unrelated.
Truth is, you went out that day because that's what the note told you to do, isn't it? The instructions were for you to come to Briar Road at 5 o'clock that afternoon.
I didn't think I should go at first, but then I thought it might be a good opportunity to see what the East End looked like. Very well. If that's your final word on the matter, continue, please.
No?
Hold it!
Exactly. It's still homie here, honestly. In spite of that, I am the culprit. Is this the part where I can choose? Yes. Working on it. Wait. Oh, it didn't give me... It didn't give me again the same choice as before. That's weird. Or was it on something he said? Come to just be outside the house where the men in this case have their lodgings. So the Tavern of the Eve, which does speaks for bespoke my supper. It was the first time I'd been in the area. I had little matter to attend to. That's all. Anyway, I was admitted straight to the hospital. I knew nothing about all of this business. What if I do this?
Objection!
That seems to be wrong.
Hold it!
I didn't want to do that. Shit. Damn it. Yeah, no. Yeah. Okay. This has nothing to do with anything. Happened to be just outside the house. Coincidentally, it happened to be just outside the house where the men in this case have their lodgings. I can put something down here. The photo. Which I can try, but the game might kill me for it. Let's try it.
Objection!
Witness's last statement is clear and contrary. Is it? Undeniably. Okay, it's not accepting it. Hey. The question is, do I present this or do I present that? It should be this, right?
Objection!
It's not? Okay. Well,
Objection!
that doesn't count. It doesn't count? That's weird. That's weird. Straight to hospital, so I knew nothing about all of this business. Is this here where I present? And now it's the question, do I present this or do I present that? Blah blah blah.
Objection!
Could be wrong. Okay, it's wrong again. This is weird. Okay, so I presented this. So let's try this, and if this doesn't work, then it must be the photo.
Objection!
It's also wrong. Okay.
Objection!
Also no? Ah. Coincidentally, I'd happened to be just outside the house where the men, in this case, have their lodgings. Did I do this?
Objection!
Huh. Strange. So the photo doesn't count. So that doesn't count. Does this count?
Objection!
The heck? It's one of those instances in the game where you're just like, what are you even going to do here? Because you have multiple actual evidences that point out the obvious, and the game is like, no. So it's not the photo, it's not this. Is it going to be this?
Objection!
No, it's also wrong. That's not what I wanted. She says that this was the first time she was there. But can you believe that? What? Are we going with this? Fear? No.
Objection!
What? I don't know what the game wants from me. Like, it gave me once a choice of like, you know what? Where was that? Is this choice still there that I can present something of evidence?
Hold it!
Or did it take it completely away? It
It was awful. I still can't believe I was unconscious for so long. I woke up to find. Yeah, okay, we read this before. It's also not muscle.
Hold it!
Okay. Are you doing that there? What do you mean? Art school. Actually tells us where the art school is, which is far, far away from there. And lies. Skeleton, no. It must mean there's a reason for her not wanting us to know. That's the key to this. Yeah. Okay, so he had food. Which one? Yeah. There we go. I wonder if we have some evidence that can explain those actions. What actions? Fact that on all that they dined witness does stand out. Okay. Slightly suspicious. Mr. Britney Spears. Yes, sire? On the day in question, is it not the case that you visited the Slug and Salad, a place you don't normally patronize? For a very particular reason? I don't know what you're talking about. Pray, if thou hast some purpose, speakest. Very well, I will present the court with evidence. Enough evidence to make me safe here. God, no. Evidence that explains why you had to be at the Slug and Salad that day. Namely, this. Right?
Take that!
I believe this card reveals the answer. Good lord, Miss Green's card, you mean? Green card. That's right, me lord. It reads... it reads... Bob Ross. Yes, it does. Hi, Bob. I have information regarding the death of Duncan Ross. Come to the Slug and Salad to Briar Road at 5 p.m. on the 17th.
Now I get it. She wrote this to him. Oh, now it makes sense. She wrote this to him so he would leave his apartment. And she found the letter and the torn envelope there. And she took it with her after she did the whole strychnine poisoning. Don't tell anybody else about this letter or the meeting. It's a matter of utmost importance. Mr. Britney Spears, your actions on the afternoon of Miss Green's stabbing. But she did all of that. You know, she went to his room, so she poisoned the gas pipe. And she took the letter, but then the other incident actually happened and get her stabbed in the back. So she couldn't go to the established meeting with Mr. Britney Spears. Are exactly as described in this note. Personally, I find it hard to believe that's a coincidence. Don't you, Mr. Britney Spears?
Well... Excuse me, can I say something?
Yes, Miss Green.
That card was delivered to me. It doesn't have anything to do with this odd man, does it?
I mean, it's clear why she is fighting against us in this case, because we are trying to prove that she tried to murder him. Well, you would think so, yes, but it's hard to believe it's merely...
Me lord, may I? May you what, Miss Green? I would like to make something very clear about that card. Very well then, you may amend your testimony to include details about the peculiar note. This note was delivered to me at my address. It's nothing to do with the odd man next to me here.
Which doesn't make sense because the note has no address on it. If I remember correctly. I think you said that you received it the day before the incident, didn't you?
Yes, that's right.
Or maybe it's true. You know, there's also the possibility that it is actually true. It went to her to actually invite her there because he wanted her there because he needs the key from her. Potentially. There appears to be no indication of the sender's name or the address on the envelope.
It was in my letterbox, that's all I know. I'm afraid I have no idea who sent it. I have information regarding the death of Duncan Ross. Who is this Duncan Ross, please?
Judge, please. You should know who Ross is.
A friend of mine. He attended the same art school as I do.
Yes, friend.
He passed away in a tragic accident a month ago now, though. I wasn't sure what to make of that note, to be honest, but in the end I decided to go.
So you found out what the information was?
Of course I didn't. I'm not thinking straight.
Whilst on her way there, she was stabbed in the back. As my learned friend hopefully remembers. Okay. this could still lead us back to the gas man. So let's say she didn't do it. She actually went there because she wanted to know. He wanted her there because he needed the key. She never showed up because she was stabbed in the back on her way there. Which then brings us to the point, who actually poisoned the pipe then? But this brings us back to the gas man, right? Because the gas man is the secondary person who has a motivation to poison Mr. Britney Spears. I wonder if it's him in the end. But then again, it's weird. Even if it was in this way, it wouldn't make any sense. Oh, well, it makes mostly no sense that she would try to kill herself. Except that she might just feel really, utterly useless, and even more so that she lost her love. And she just wanted to end it, which is a good reason. But then is the question like, why would someone take the poison from her bag, do this, put it back into the bag? Maybe they did it on purpose, so they wouldn't be caught in suspicion because the poison was missing? Maybe. Ah yes, of course, she never made it to the meeting. The best part is now I still have nothing to work with. This note was delivered to my address. It's nothing to do with the admin next to me here. I feel that is the only instance that actually allows me to pursue something, but I don't know. I think you said that you received it the day before the incident, didn't you? Yes, that's right. There appears to be no indication of the sender's name or address on the envelope. Also in my letterbox at all, no, I have no idea who sent it. Who is this Duncan Ross? A friend of mine? She was stabbed in the back, of course. She never made it to the meeting, and now it ends all of. I don't know what to do here. Like, I basically changed one testimony, but what does that help? I don't think I have anything. Awful, conscious for long. What happened that day? Trouble, pavement.
Hold it!
What were you doing that day, though? What do you mean? Art school. There's a reason for her not wanting us to know. That's the key to this. So in other words, we need to do something with this. Right? Incident happened to be just outside the house where the men in this case have their lodgings. In other words, we present this again? Could be wrong.
Objection!
Okay, it's wrong. She wasn't there by coincidence. Do I present a photo instead?
Objection!
What? Yeah? God, I just don't know what to do. She doesn't want us to know why she was there. We have established that she got this message and she went there because she wanted to know. She got stabbed by the accident and couldn't attend the meeting. So we present this instead?
Objection!
No. I really don't know. First time I'd been in that area, I had a little matter to attend to, that's all. Which would be true, right? It has nothing to do with the odd man next to me here. Which is probably true because she never met him. but it has something to do with Duncan.
Objection!
Really?
It's nothing to do with the admin next to me here.
Objection!
There we go. Jesus. The day before the incident, exactly 1 week ago now, this note was delivered to your address. And upon carrying out the instructions in the note, you found yourself in hospital.
Yes, I did. It's terrible. Everything that's happened to me.
Yes, it's terrible. If it's all true, that is.
What do you mean?
Miss Green, have a look at this, please. It's the torn off end of an envelope.
Oh, is it?
And it so happens that it fits together perfectly with the envelope of the note you received.
Where did you find that?
In Mr. Britney Spears' room.
Eh? In my room?
Mr. Britney Spears, do you perhaps remember this note from somewhere?
Well,
Your actions that afternoon followed the instructions in the note to the letter. Come to the Slug and Salad on Briar Road at 5 on the 17th. And so that's exactly where you went. Let me ask you again, Mr. Britney Spears. You already knew about this note, didn't you? And you, Miss Green.
well, what did I do?
As this torn off end on the envelope proves, the note was originally in Mr. Britney Spears' room. So how is it that it came to be in your possession?
I don't have the first idea. I'm just a fledgling artist after all.
There's only one explanation. You broke into Mr. Britney Spears' room and stole it.
Morning breakfast? You did what? Sorry, though. You did what? Sorry, though. Hast what? You broke, thou were in my room?
Oh, he's losing composure.
What on earth do you want with me? It would seem that both witnesses need to testify again. Oh,
Miss Green,
yes?
whilst you have the court's sympathy, I'm sure, for the suffering you have endured in recent events, anyone found to be giving false testimony in a court of law will be duly punished. Please bear that in mind.
Yes, I know. Very well then. Witnesses, you will give formal testimony again now.
Blah, blah, blah.
I do remember now, 'twas a week ago, per adventure, that note was delivered unto me.
Hopping off stream, see you. Thank you, Vemnoise, for being here. Take care. Have a good rest of your night. Bye bye.
On a day right therein, I did tarry a long hour at the slug and salad, yet nobody came. Thereafter, on the evening, I shared the company of the Japanese fellow. I did see the note had vanished. I don't know what you mean. You think I snuck into this man's room, do you? Why would I? I can point out the villain here, and as for that torn-off piece of envelope, I don't know anything about it. You now claim to have received this letter, do you, Mr. Britney Spears? Faith, this so, my lord. And I would swear I had set it upon the table on my humble lodgings. Yet 'tis clear to me now that since I returned from the tavern that night, I have not laid eyes upon it. Well, that being the case, young lady, it would appear that your testimony was a lie. Is that what you think? How unfair of you to think I'm the one lying. I beg your pardon? I'm just a fledgling artist, as I said, and fledgling artists don't lie. That note was delivered to me at my address. Besides, we all know who the liar around here is.
If that's true, Miss Green, how do you explain the facts? This part of the envelope was, without question, found in...
I don't see why I should explain.
Well, you're in court, right? You have all the reasons to explain. Sorry?
I'm a fledgling artist. My job here is just to say what happened, that's all. It's your job to give the explanations and the proofs. You, the fledgling lawyer.
Fledgling will do his best.
Evidently, my learned friend's cross-examination is our only hope of learning the truth.
Well, counsel?
I'm ready, my lord. Yeah.
Miss Green clearly did break into Mr. Britney Spears' room. There can be no question of that. And that's how she acquired the note.
Yes, two facts that are starting to lead me to a possible explanation for all of this. And it's not a pretty one. Agreed.
Hold it!
And you can shed any light on the contents of that note at all?
Nay, sire, this is strange to me as a foreign tongue. Even with a knowledge of literature as great as mine own, verily 'tis impenetrable.
But Mr. Duncan Ross had lodgings in the same household as you. In effect, he was your neighbor, so surely you knew him, didn't you?
Alack, if the choice is betwixt I knew him and I knew him not, then this with foreboding that I be forced to declare we were by some small measure acquainted.
Despite your claims, though, you followed the note's instructions and went to the Slug and Salad. Presumably that was nothing. Presumably that was nothing to do with your knowledge of literature. Mary, not will have the better of me, sire, save for the lure of curiosity. So 'tis true, I was compelled by mine own eager heart to betake myself to the town. Yet in the end, my curiosity was not satiated. Well, did Harry Long...
Hold it!
So even after waiting for an hour, nobody appeared? Well, yes, sire, 'tis as thou sayest. Really? You paused for a moment before you answered. In truth, when thou asked whether nobody appeared, I did suddenly recall. Really? Really? Do you mean to tell the court that somebody did appear after all? He was not alone that night, the slug and sullen, me lord. No, 'tis returning to me now. I did treat my lips to almost clear water and my innards to a premium crust of bread. And all around me danced a great many companions. What do you mean? Flies, sire, flies. Good Lord. In the name of Beelzebub, what were they? Fairies, perchance, from a midsummer night's dream, come to taunt me. I think they were just flies. I can't help thinking that the flies ought to choose something more wholesome to buzz around. Is that wrong of me? Shared company of the Japanese fellow I did see on the note vanished. I did see the note had vanished.
Hold it!
When exactly did you notice it had gone missing? Such idle thoughts never occupy my mind. I'm busied with greater ideas. In other words, you didn't notice. Several days passed between your outing to the tavern and Mr. Sasuke's visit to your room. Yes, it would appear that the note disappeared sometime in that interval. Such idle thoughts never occupy my mind. I'm busied with greater ideas. You just said that. And yet during that time Miss Green was comatose in hospital, was she not? Clearly then, she could not have been stealing things from Mr. Britney Spears' room. Ah, yes, of course. How did it come? Wait, he didn't notice. It's all some sort of misunderstanding, isn't it, Mr. Prosecutor, sir? You have so far failed to give me a satisfactory explanation as to how you came by the note. I am not here to advocate for your defense, madam. I won't tolerate inconsistencies in your story. You would do well to remember that. Oh, dearie me. What's Lord Van Ziek's getting at? I don't know what you mean. You think I snuck into this man's room, do you? Why would I?
Hold it!
It seems that this note was actually delivered to Mr. Britney Spears about 1 week ago. Oh, does it? But for some reason it ended up in your possession. I can't think of any way that could have happened except for you breaking into Mr. Britney Spears' lodgings.
Objection!
But for what reason would the witness have done that? I won't deny that Miss Green's possession of the note would appear to defy logic. However, until and unless her involvement in this case can be proven in some other way, any further pursuit of this note is meaningless.
Miss Green could only have come to be in possession of the note by stealing it from Mr. Britney Spears' room. And yet, there's no obvious reason why she would have done such a thing.
What if there was some other reason she broke into his lodgings, though?
Yes, we should pursue that idea, Mr. Naruhodo.
Close now. Can feel it. We're so close to a breakthrough. Can point out the villain here, and as for the torn off piece of envelope, I don't know anything about it.
Hold it!
So you don't want to tell court the truth about the letter, is that it?
I'm a fledgling artist, remember? Artists are nearly always introverted characters. Introverted? Fie, this fledgling doth readily cast aspirations about my nature. Yet I'm an angel, and a seraph. Birds do harmonize with my song. The wind doth frolic on my wing. Oh pity, where dost thou accuse one of so pure heart, ample woman? Pure of heart? I don't think so. Even a fledgling like me can see you're just a failure. Tragedy, thou shalt not know the true heart of an artist until thine instruction hereafter by death. Oh days, oh the years, alas, alas to enlighten thee, thou must wait so long and in vain. Mr. Naruhodo, interject with some clever remark.
Can I throw an axe at him?
This is your chance to shine.
I'm no Shakespearean actor, Miss Susie. No, as far as I can tell, the only thing that's going to resolve this argument is evidence. Yeah,
Is evidence, yes.
yes.
It's clear Miss Green did, in fact, break into...
Yeah, okay.
And that's where she found this letter.
Yes, two more or less foregone conclusions that led me to one terrifying conclusion.
Terrifying.
Yes, I'm afraid to say that the outcome of this cross-examination may well change how we look at this case completely. Do remember now, it was a week ago, peradventure that note delivered unto me. On the day you read therein long hour at the slug, and yet nobody came. After on the long evening I shared a company of Japanese fellow, I didn't see the note. I did see the note had vanished. I don't know what you mean. You think I snuck into this man's room, do you? Why would I? It would be weird if this wouldn't count.
Objection!
Really?
This is weird. Why? I think I snuck into this man's room, do you? Why would I do it? This?
Objection!
Okay. Yesterday at the hospital, we saw you with this bottle. And though the contents spilled during the course of our meeting, a small quantity remained. Ah! According to the defense's independent analysis, Mr. Sholmes' chemistry said, the liquid that was still in the bottle was identified as strychnine. What? Strychnine? The very same poison that afflicted Mr. Britney Spears. Oh! Miss Green, you broke into this man's lodgings. For one reason, and one reason alone. To cover the end of the pipe that feeds the gas lamp in Mr. Britney Spears' room with poison.
Can this be? You broke into my room too.
It may seem incredible to the court, but from the remaining clues, there's only one logical conclusion that we can reach. The person who attempted to take Mr. Britney Spears' life with poison was you, Miss Olive Green.
Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. Me!
Whoops.
Order! Order! Counsel, are you seriously suggesting this woman put poison on the end of the gas pipe with intent to kill?
Yes, Milo. There's no other way to explain the facts.
But if Miss Green did indeed set this odious trap 6 days ago, and the victim had put his mouth to the pipe that very evening as expected, the attempted murder would have happened 6 days ago, surely?
Well, that's a very good point. Perhaps not, my lord.
I beg your pardon?
There was a significant police presence in the area that evening on the account of the incident on Briar Road. Yes, and that explains why he couldn't do it 6 days ago. There was the police outside, around, so he had to wait days before he attempted to murder Sasuke. Local residents were being interviewed throughout the night as part of the ongoing inquiry. A circumspect criminal would likely to have chosen not to carry out any wrongdoing at the time. Lord Van Six.
And of course, the following morning there was more activity at Mr. Britney Spears' address.
More activity? Ah, yes. You mean his fellow lodger, Mr. Sasuke, being arrested on suspicion of murder? Right. And then he was arrested, so therefore he had no reason to use the pipes because he wasn't even there.
That's right. And as the defense has already proposed, Mr. Britney Spears was meddling with the gas pipe with the gas in the pipe for a very sinister reason himself. To cause the gas stove of Mr. Sasuke's room to go out, therefore asphyxiating the occupant.
But once Mr. Sasuke has been arrested, his room was under constant surveillance by the police. In the circumstances, Mr. Britney Spears had no reason to blow air into the gas pipe.
His intended victim being in a prison cell. With the need to tamper with the gas, remove the poison on the pipe lay dormant.
And then 3 days ago now, the situation changed again.
Right, Mr. Sasuke's trial, which took place here at the Old Bailey, came to an end.
The trial in which the man stood accused of stabbing Miss Green in the back, but was duly acquitted.
The result in Mr. Sasuke's returning to his lodgings for the first time in 2 days. And that very night, his gas stove mysteriously went out and Mr. Britney Spears was mysteriously poisoned. In conclusion, the poison was present on the mouth of the gas pipe. Had been put there by the victim's room, had been put there in the victim's room some 4 days earlier.
Mary!
Mary? With that new understanding, it becomes clear that this letter was all part of the plan.
What plan?
The court will recall the note gave instructions to visit the slug and sell it at 5 o'clock, and that the recipient should tell nobody else. The reason for those instructions are now clear.
To ensure that the lodger wouldn't be at home at the stated time.
To make sure I wasn't home.
Exactly. While you were out, Miss Green could safely slip into your room, knowing that she wouldn't be disturbed.
You mean to say that letter
Was written by Miss Green, yes. In order to cover her tracks, she took it away with her when she left. Just after she smeared poison over the mouth of the gas pipe in your room. There's just one thing which I don't understand, but then again, it is not inexplicable. So she took the note and the envelope back with her. Of course, she missed one part of the envelope. She went outside. She got stabbed. She was admitted to hospital. She was out for 3 days. But here's my question. She was out for 3 days, right? After that, she was awake, right? By pure logic, I would say like, why keeping the note? Why not as basically one of the first actions when you're able to move again? Burn the note and the envelope. But maybe she just forgot. Or maybe just she felt so bad about doing it that she didn't get rid of it. Instead, she kept it as a proof that it was her because she already decided to commit suicide. Maybe that was the case. Or maybe she heard about this case and wanted to make sure that Sasuke is not getting convicted for something he didn't do. Maybe. Maybe she was like, I do this one good thing to hopefully like being not judged too hard for what I did.
Order! Order! What do you have to say for yourself, witness? Just who you are? Why did you try to kill me?
Miss Green's motive should be obvious. You know, she attempted to murder him
he actually attempted to murder someone, aka Sasuke, and actually killed Duncan Ross. It's all tied up with someone whose name we've heard several times already during the course of this trial.
So that's what's behind all this.
You will share your apparent understanding with the court, please, counsel.
Which person is behind this woman's motive for the attack on the victim's life? Yeah, Duncan Ross.
Take that!
Duncan Ross?
That's right. Before the defendant, Mr. Sasuke, took up the residence in the lodging at Mr. Gertrude's, somebody else was renting the room. Mr. Duncan Ross.
I knew I'd heard that name somewhere else. It was all over the papers a month ago when the man died in strange circumstances at the haunted lodgings.
That does ring a vague... Ah, of course. Yes, I remember now. A young man that they claimed was strangled by the convict's curse or some such.
Sadly, my lord, it wasn't a curse of any kind, nor was it an accident. The man died as a result of Mr. Britney Spears blowing into the gas pipe and causing gas to leak into the room. It was murder, plain and simple.
Ah! Well, what do you know? The world is so unfair. Curses, curious deaths, that's all people care about. If it's an interesting story, they want to know. It doesn't cross their minds that real people are involved. And once they are bored, just 1 month later, once the story's lost its appeal, everyone's forgotten him. You mean Duncan was?
Mr. Ross was Miss Green's fiancé.
Fiancé?
You may not have known until now who Miss Green really is, Mr. Britney Spears. But she's known exactly who you are all along. Because you're here, because you, her sworn enemy, the murderer who took the life of the man she was to marry.
Mary.
Miss Green, is it not the case that in order to exact revenge on Mr. Britney Spears, you smeared poison over the end of the gas pipe?
This is all quite extra common. Am I correct in my understanding that you now accuse both parties, counsel? Each on different counts of murder?
Yes, my lord, that is correct.
Objection!
Inhaling so deeply, it appears that my fledgling learned friend has taken in a lungful of dubious gas that causing his judgment to be clouded.
What?
Why would Mr. Britney Spears have wanted to kill these lodgers, as you say?
Oh, we have perfect proof why.
You have completely failed to provide a motive to substantiate your accusation against the man.
Yes, that's right, Mr. Reaper, my liege. I have been slighted. This lies, all lies. I deny every utterance. You will have to forgive me, Mr. Naruhodo, sir. But I don't intend to admit to anything either.
Miss Green,
I'm sure you will think I'm being very rude, but I'm not going to be sent to the gallows for the likes of this scoundrel.
Objection!
but you broke into the man's room. You didn't do it to smear poison on the pipe. What was your reason?
I thought I'd have a look around, that's all.
Sorry?
You're right, I suspected him. So I thought perhaps I might find some evidence or something in his room. Evidence that it was him who took Duncan's life. Oh vileness, oh villainy, oh tyranny, oh rotundity of woman.
Wow.
But in any case, whenever I leave my room, I do turn the key in the lock. That whole place is falling apart. The locks on the doors are no different. Duncan showed me once how to unlock the door with some turps and a piece of wire. Oh, awfulness, oh artfulness, oh tyranny, oh profanity of woman.
We will consider your trespassing as on some future occasion, but for now, tell the court what you found, what evidence your search revealed.
Well, I spotted the note that I'd sent him lying. I spotted the note that I'd sent him lying on the floor. When I went to pick it up, I noticed something. One of the floorboards was loose, and underneath it, I discovered a secret hiding place.
Ah. And so she found out about this. What is it called? Selland. She found out about that. And then it made perfect sense. Right? That's when she turned to murder.
Eh?
Yes, we also discovered that hiding place. Oh. She took something from the box. You know the tin can we found which was empty? Let me guess. The key around her neck. That is what she found in there. That's what she found in there, isn't it? That's my suspicion here.
Inside, we found a newspaper cutting, a photograph, and an empty tin box. Oh yes, the thing is, when I found it, the box wasn't empty.
What? There was something in it?
Yes.
Tell us what. This key, right? Yeah.
This rather nice key. Ah! What are you doing with that?
What the?
Every ounce of color has drained from his face. Give it here. Give it to me now. It's mine. I inherited it.
Oh, you know what? You know what? Britney Spears might be related, family-wise, to Selden. That would make sense. Selden goes to the Selden gets sent to the jail, but he sends this key, or maybe he already gave the key to him and was like, find it. God. This case is so obvious, and yet we are still talking round and round.
What was that witness? What did you say? You inherited it?
No, What's all this about? He inherited that key? It was obviously important to you, since you'd gone to such lengths to hide it, so I took it. I don't know what it's for, but you took something precious from me, so I took something precious from you. So what if it means you can't open something now? I don't care. Give it back to me. Give it back this minute. Give it to me. Calm yourself, witness. So Mr. Britney Spears has tried and in one case succeeded to take the life of 2 lodgers now. 2? Yeah, okay, he succeeded in taking 1 life and the other one he tried to attempt. Yes, his motives for doing so is the key to everything that's happened. It's true that there appears to be no motive to support the accusation against Mr. Britney Spears at first. But considering everything we know, I think there is actually something that could explain it. What? I need to recall every piece of evidence at our disposal, everything we've seen and heard. No, we don't. Because I'm sure that I just caught a glimpse of the link that runs through all of these events. In that case, counsel, I must demand that you present evidence to the court in support of your claim. What is that you say that... what is it that you can say... What is it that you say can explain the motivation for Mr. Britney Spears' alleged crimes? It's this. That's an official police report, isn't it?
The Selden file. How did you get hold of that?
Selden? The now sadly deceased Mr. Ross and the defendant Mr. Sasuke have only one thing linking them. The fact that they had lodgings in the same room. Well, yes, we know this certainly.
A room that was formerly occupied by Selden. Until that is, he was arrested by Scotland Yard for his involvement in multiple burglaries.
I see. And it so happens that the convict Selden left behind one very substantial mystery when he died.
The sum 1,000 cabins worth of loot that he stole.
Yes, 1,000 cabins. What a cabbage.
Which as yet remains to be found.
Ah, yes, of course. It's coming back to me now. It's written in this file here.
Because you can read. Congratulations.
£1,000 lost en route To hell. That was how the paper summed it up.
And it seems that one particular fellow inmate was with the convict in his final moments. Oh, Britney Spears was the cellmate. It's not hard to imagine Selden entrusting that inmate with his most closely guarded secret. The location of the stolen loot, and perhaps a key to unlock whatever container the valuables were in.
Oh, you mean this key is?
Mr. Britney Spears, it was you, wasn't it? You were at the capital offender's side when he died, were you not?
What are you talking about? This a false charge, I tell you, a false charge.
The name of the inmate who was with Selden at his death isn't noted in this file. But a simple telegram to the prison where he died would quickly tell us how false the charge really is.
But even if this is true, why would the man be so intent on killing every subsequent occupant of the convict's lodgings
So he could move in. There's only one explanation for that, Milord. You know, why? Why did he make it so complicated and kill people? All he had to do is literally just break in when they weren't at home. It was that very room that Selden hid his loot.
So, it all comes out.
Yes, and having established that, all of Mr. Britney Spears' subsequent actions start to make perfect sense.
When he was let out of prison following Selden's death, he made immediately for Mr. Carrotup's lodgings in the hope of renting Selden's old room. However, the retired army man was unable to offer him the accommodation of his choice.
Because Selden's room already had been let to somebody else, Mr. Duncan Ross.
or
Which is why Mr. Britney Spears subsequently devised his gas-based plot to kill the occupant of the room. And when he was successful, he presumably intended to inquire about switching into the newly vacant room.
However, a certain jittery someone had beaten him to it.
Mr. Sasuke, the defendant of this case, no less.
So you decided to use the ploy with the gas again, didn't you, Mr. Britney Spears? This time to oust Mr. Sasuke. All for one simple and avaricious reason. To get your hands on the £1,000 of loot left behind by the dead convict.
You. Oh.
Boring. I want him to explode or something. Fly through the room. Looks like I'm gonna snuff it before they let me go. Listen, I want you to have my loot. Anything to stop the coppers for getting their mitts on it. It's hidden in the room where I was lodging when they got me. Here, take. This is the key to it. Take it. Always stay one step ahead, mate. See you in L, I guess. Shakespeare. Come on, give me a scene.
mine. What did he just say? It's mine. That loot is mine. Mr. Britney Spears. It's all lies. I don't accept any of it. Why should I? After all, I don't have a shred of evidence. You don't have a shred of evidence. You can't prove I killed that villain. Forsooth, I'm the victim here. Remember, isn't that right, ladies and gentlemen? If I don't admit it, there is nothing you can do. You can't arrest me, for the time being anyway. Really, you can't arrest the victim, can't you? Isn't that right, ladies and gentlemen? I'm so close, I just need a few more hours. I swore to myself that I would get my hands on it, but I can almost taste it now. Do you really think I'd just give up? There's no question in my mind. There's no question in my mind now. This man is guilty through and through. But he seems so utterly intoxicated by the idea of that loot. I'm afraid that however hard you press him, he'll never admit to what he's done, Mr. Naruto. There's a way. Pardon? There's one way I can finish him.
Finish him.
No! You can't mean...
Come over here.
He's already committed the most heinous crimes to get his hands on that loot. Which means all we need to do is find it first.
A fine plan. Were it not for the fact that the police thoroughly searched the room following the death of Mr. Ross. If it's there at all, it must be very well hidden indeed.
Without conclusive evidence, I certainly cannot rule. He doesn't want to rule, he just wants to judge. Okay, if only... Oh, that's why my microphone was muted last time, because I was still on OBS when I pressed this button. 1 second. Ah, it's this button that mutes my microphone. I see. That explains a lot.
The mystery has been solved.
If only there was some way we could find the convict's loot quickly. This is the final piece in this complex puzzle, but I think we might have it in our possession already. Or rather, I think we may well have something that can help us find where the loot is hidden. Milord. Yes, counsel? The defense would like to make a proposal about how to find the late convict's hidden loot. I believe we are already in the possession of something that could give us a clue as to its whereabouts. It's our last chance, so it has to be worth the gamble. Besides, we've used the same technique once already, and it definitely paid off then. Are we going to spray the courtroom? Very well then, counsel. Let the court hear your idea. What do you propose we can use in order to locate the hiding place of the deceased convict's hole?
Did he hide it in the gas meter? I... hmm. I mean, I see there's the lock. I mean, this makes the most logical sense, right? But then again, like, huh? It makes sense for the key, but the thing is, this is meant to be opened by the gas man. It breaks the seal, which is intended because the seal will be reapplied. What do you propose we can use in order to locate? Use to locate. The street map? No. We have used it before. Huh? What do you propose we can use in order to locate the hiding place of the deceased victim's home? A photo? Is it just simply there at this place there? It would make sense. It's the most obvious part. So it's basically there? Wait, he's not in... No. This is the wrong room. Yeah, that's the wrong room. I mean, from the logic that you have a key, this would be the logic, right? The gas meter would be the logic when you think about key lock. It's just weird because this is only a lock to the coin section of the gas meter. I don't think it will allow you to access the right side of the gas meter, where there's a bigger compartment where you could store some loot. Also, this one comes from Britney Spears' room, which also makes no sense. We're not talking about his room. We're not talking about the gas meter. This is still his room. That also doesn't make sense. This also doesn't make sense. Why would poison help us? also doesn't make sense. Is it this? That we... I mean, you can make coins with this, but... You can make coins with this, but why would that help? I also feel like very irritated by the fact that this has no check mark. Despite that I like looked at this like twice. What do you propose we can use in order to locate the hiding place? Use to locate. This doesn't make sense. This doesn't make sense. This doesn't make sense. This doesn't make sense. No. Slight suspicion. No. Huh? What do you propose we can use in order to locate? Is it just a map? Because they said like they searched through the room very thoroughly, so that would actually indicate it's not in his room? Well, let me save first. It also said like we used it before. Why would it say that? Is it in regards to a previous case or is it in regard to this case? Or is this literally the indication? This is from the previous case. This is the bookstore. Sasuke was in and walked down here. This is actually where Miss Green fell down. This is his lodging. What do you propose we can use in order to locate the hiding place? I mean, we cannot use, like, Chom's chemicals to find it, right? Because, I mean, he's here. I get that. He's here, but for it actually to work, you need already a sample from the person itself to actually unveil. That is how I understand this chemical he has developed. Strong lock. There's a tiny hole in its base. Is it really the gas meter? I mean, it makes the most logical sense. I'm really unsure what to do with this. What do you propose we can use in order to locate the hiding place? Use to locate. I really don't know. Like, This has nothing to do with anything. This is just books. This is a map of the area, but we suspect that the loot is still inside the actual room. Which is a little bit weird, but unless it is meant we make another ice coin to use it on the box. But why? Also, he already had the key. He already had the key. Okay. If we go by that logic, the books make no sense. The map makes no sense. Why would we make ice coins to put into this box? Would also make no sense because it will not do anything. Also, this box was in his room, so therefore he could have opened it anyway. This has nothing to do with it. This has nothing to do with it. This is his room. This is his report. No container was found there, has nothing to do with it. This would not make sense to have to do with anything because this is the gas meter from... Wait, was this an example gas meter or was this the gas meter from his room? No, that was his. That gas meter is from his room, so it has nothing to do with it. This is his room. It has nothing to do with it. So that leaves this photo. This does make sense that it has anything to do with it. This has also nothing to do with it. This is just... estimate 1,000 loot. Folks that have been suffering fever. But no. This leaves this photograph out of everything. But why? Why? How is this photo giving us... How can we use this photo to locate the hiding place? I don't think this guy ever knew about any of this. And this is just a door. By logic ruling out, it leaves me with this photo. And it's going to be wrong, so...
Take that!
How courageous we can use that, can we?
Objection!
I have another idea. Stop wasting the court's time. Okay. Okay, so... what do you propose we can use in order to locate the hiding place? Well, let's be weird and say it's this.
Take that!
And it's wrong.
Objection!
Okay. Is it as stupid as a street map? Why would it be a street map? That wouldn't make sense.
Take that!
Perfect. It makes no sense. Okay. What am I overlooking here? It's not gonna be this, it's not this, it's not this. Huh? It's not this photo. In order to locate the hiding place. This doesn't make sense,
Take
but...
that!
Okay, it's also wrong, which of course makes sense. What is this? YT? What? Well, at this point, I just go through stuff, right?
Take that!
I have no idea, really. I don't. I'm just doing stuff now, just to go through, brute force it. Did I do the map? I forgot.
Take that!
I'm brute forcing my way through it. So it's not the soap, it's not the map, it's not gonna be this. Why should it be a pair of teacups? That doesn't make sense. This is his room. This is the medical report. It's not the gas meter either. Is it as...
Take that!
Why? It's this photo because we want to use the same thing as we did before, but I don't know if I misunderstood the chemicals that Dr. Sholmes has. As far as I understood it, you mix the chemicals, but you need also a sample of the person you want to expose. But that wouldn't make much sense for that time. So it's just a general thing. Well, whatever. If I'm not mistaken, those are Mr. Britney Spears' handprints on the wall of the lodgings. That's right, my lord. Exposed as a result of the defense's independent investigation of the scene.
Based on a wonderful new discovery in the field of forensic science by the great detective Mr. Sholmes. A great detective? Is that some kind of joke? Whoopity-doopity-doo. Breakfast? Do you really think I'm going to be daunted by men with such a ridiculous title? I should think the great bard ought to recognize such a title when he hears one Mr. Shakespeare.
Okay, he has said that. I'm sorry. I hate when the game is doing this. Perhaps we should compete for the honor of most ridiculous title.
Ah, this Sherlock Holmes himself.
What are you doing? What are you doing here, great detective? Your usual haunts are filthy. Your usual haunts are the filthy back streets of the capital, are they not? Ah, Mr. Reaper, it's been too long. And I see your complexion has worsened since last we met.
Mr. Sholmes. He does know Lord 116 well enough to say something like that in any case.
Mr. Sholmes, though you may be heralded as a great detective by the population at large, that does not give you the right to come and go in my courtroom as you see fit. If I may, me lord, Mr. Sholmes' newly developed scientific method has helped us to uncover vital clues in this case already. Clues? Clues, you say?
I call them skin prints below. My method identifies every location touched by an individual under scrutiny. It's the method by which we were able to ascertain this gentleman's gas pipe activities. Oh? You need only a small sample of something the individual has previously touched to make an indicator solution. In your case, sir, I used a teacup you had been holding. Elementary. So now, Mr. Naruhodo?
Yes?
What am I to use as a sample to make the indicator solution this time?
Thank you for offering your help, Mr. Sholmes. When the convict was arrested, he was living in what is now Sasuke's room. We need a sample to locate Selden's loot that's hidden in his old room. What form will this sample take? No, it's gonna be that again. Books we don't have. This is from his room, this is from his room. His room. Photos. This is from his room. Well, it must be a person then. Huh? No, wait. Need a sample to help to look in. Wait. Give me tea. But I'm to use as a sample to make the indicator solution this time. Yeah, I mean, then it's basically the key, right? Then it's the key, and we present Olive Green because she has the key, which is basically the only object this guy has ever touched. Is at least my idea. We will need something of Selden's in order to create the indicator solution to find his loot. And something the convict owned happens to be in the possession of somebody listed in the courtroom record. Upon my word, Mr. Naruhodo, your powers of reasoning appears to be on the up. So which particular person do you have in mind? From whom can we obtain a possession of the late convict Selden to create the indicator solution?
Take that!
Miss Green.
Me? What do you want with me?
The key around your neck, if you please.
Sorry?
Key belonged to Selden. There will be remnants of secretions from the man's skin on its surface that we can use. Very true. Yes, that is correct. But here, let us ask something else. There will be also remnants of Britney Spears and Mrs. Green. That is the sample we need. Using it, we can create the indicator solution required for Mr. Sholmes' skin print seeker. And find out exactly what Selden touched in the room that he used to rent.
Oh,
Mr. Britney Spears as one great to another, I assure you. If the late convict's haul is hidden somewhere in his former lodgings, I shall uncover it in no more than 30 minutes. Even so, Selden's is among them. True. And they both haven't been in Sasuke's room, so it's gonna be fine. So, Mr. Britney Spears, the truth is well within our grasp now, and such. You will never get your hands on Selden's stolen wealth.
in that case, I'll gladly let Mr. Sholmes have this key. No, give the key to me. The detectives shan't have it.
It's over, Mr. Britney Spears.
No.
You're out of options now. There's only one thing left for you to do. Admit your guilt.
Whoa. Oh, shameful despair. Be thy name.
Finally. Flying, explosions, that's what I want. Just like the very first case. In the first game.
I'd never intended to kill the man. I just wanted to drive him out of the room, that's all.
So you would have time to find the convict's hole
of stolen goods.
Yet after you'd killed the young man, you still didn't move into the room.
He asked the landlord, of course. I pleaded with him, but he refused.
Why?
I was 3 months behind with the rent, for one thing.
Mr.
Character.
really has had a lot to put up with.
And he had the gas repair work done immediately afterwards, putting the room out of action for a while. And then these Japanese men swooped in at just the right moment to sign the new lease.
Poor Mr. Sasuke, what unfortunate timing.
Then, 5 days ago, after the incident on Briar Road, when the Japanese fellow got himself arrested, I thought I'd finally have my chance, but it wasn't to be.
No, the scene was sealed off and guarded by the police night and day.
And if I remember rightly, Mr. Shum spent a whole day in there reading books. I couldn't even enter the room, let alone search for the loot.
Which is why on the day Mr. Sasuke was acquitted and returned to his room, you once again tried your trick of blowing air into the gas pipe that feeds the stove in his room.
Unbeknownst to you, however, that action would lead you into a deadly trap.
William, Britney Spears. How does it go? To be or not to be? That is the question.
From Shakespeare's Hamlet, Act 3, Scene 1.
Well, let me tell you, in your case, it's not to be. That is the answer. You deserve to die for what you've done.
The end! Yay. Oh.
At first, I really did think it was just a terrible accident. I'll never forget our conversation at night before Duncan died.
First we take the painting. The gas supply in my new lodgings are a complete disaster, you know, Olive.
The gas supply.
Yes, the stove always seems to go out in the middle of the night for some reason.
That's no joke.
They say it's the convict's curse.
Oh, Duncan, please, don't stay there. I don't care how cheap it is.
Alright then, if it's that important to you, I'll start looking for a new place.
There are spare rooms in my house. Why don't you leave that horrible room tonight?
No, I'd better not. We said we'd wait until we graduated before we told our parents, remember?
But that wasn't the last time we ever spoke. That very night he fell victim. That was the last time we ever spoke. That very night he fell victim to the gas. If only I'd had known it was going to happen, I'd have insisted that he left the horrible room that instant. But instead, all I've been left with is bitter regret. I stopped going to school, but something kept drawing me back to the house on Briar Road. I saw a stooped Eastern-looking man with a mustache coming out of the house one day when I was there. He walked up the road to grab scrubbery for some food, so I followed him and sat myself down next to him. He had some watery-looking soup and started to pick a quarrel with the publican. That place is cursed, I tell you, cursed. The ghost of that convict who used to live there is trying to suffocate me. I wake up in the middle of the night, freezing to death because the stove has gone out. The room is full of gas and I can hardly breathe. But the pipes have been checked, no problem there. It's like I'm the problem. That's what they're thinking. But how could that be? Duncan was gone and now this man had almost suffered the same fate. Could it really be a curse? Then I remembered a rumor I'd heard about how the gas companies go around investigating the gas installations. A rumor? You mean? Yes, everybody's heard the stories, it seems, about how they go around checking the pipes.
How anything connected to the gas can be extinguished by blowing air into the pipe work.
That's when it started. A little flicker of doubt in the back of my mind that just wouldn't go away. Was it really an accident, though? Once I had the idea, it wouldn't leave me alone. It plagued me day and night. So I bought this at one of the black markets in East End.
A black market?
I'd never been. I just heard people talk about them, and you really can buy anything you can think of there. In some ways, being able to get my hands on this so easily made me even more determined. Had to find out one way or another. Was Duncan's death an accident, or was it murder?
And you chose the method for establishing the truth was simple, but highly effective. Smear poison on the gas pipe you suspected the man of tampering with and wait.
Mr. Shims, if Mr. Britney Spears was innocent, nothing would come of what you done. But if he was guilty, he would pay for his crimes dearly.
I found out the name of the man I suspected, William Britney Spears. And then I wrote him this little note. I have information regarding the death of Duncan Ross. Come to the Slug and Salad on Briar Road at 5 p.m. on the 17th. Don't tell anybody else about this letter or the meeting. It is a matter of utmost importance. If he'd done it, I knew that it would worry him enough so he'd be sure to go. So I waited to see if it worked.
And of course, Mr. Britney Spears followed the instructions to the letter.
It worked out where the gas pipe was. I worked out where the gas pipe was straight away. So I smeared a good amount of poison I'd bought all around the mouth of the pipe.
With her fingers?
All the time praying that the devil's work wouldn't be done, and that it was all just some wild fantasy. Actually, no. All the time praying that the devil's work would be done, and that the culprit would get his just deserts.
Understandable. Yet wrong.
Three days ago, when you were first stood in the dock before me, this whole affair seemed relatively straightforward.
Yes, my lord.
I certainly never imagined the depths of depravity that we should subsequently find lurking behind the scenes.
It has been a long road, my Nipponese friend.
Oh, yes.
And one I certainly didn't envisage walking with you.
Nevertheless, together we have reached the light at the end of the tunnel, as it were.
My voice is going to die.
Miss Green. Yes, my lord. You will henceforth be stripped of your freedom as punishment for the attempted murder of Mr. William Britney Spears. Yes, I know. And you, Mr. Britney Spears, you will be tried for the murder of Mr. Duncan Ross in cold blood. And the subsequent attempted murder of Mr. Sasuke, here present. Mr. Naruhodo.
Yes.
Yesterday at the hospital, when you and your friends stopped me from
ending your life by drinking what was left in the poison bottle?
It wasn't myself. I can't even really remember what was going through my mind. To be or not to be, I suppose. That's the question. That's so hard to answer, it seems.
Well, personally, I'm glad for your being here, Miss Green.
Oh,
And I would like to believe that it is a blessing Mr. Britney Spears didn't die when he ingested the poison. For your sake, at the very least.
because of you, I chose life, not death. And now, you've made the truth come out at last.
This looks very unhealthy for your fingers.
Really, I can't thank you enough. Oh, Miss Green. Mr. Sasuke.
Yes, my lord.
The court declares that you are exonerated from all blame on this matter. Accordingly, I would call upon the ladies and gentlemen of the jury to present a verdict of not guilty.
We are in full agreement, my lord.
In that case, I hereby declare the defendant
Not guilty.
I still wonder where the confetti is coming from, or why you put fireworks inside of a courtroom. But hey, it is what it is, right? Court is adjourned. Bam. Holy moly. This is scary when I think about it. Like, we had this case and I felt like, okay, we had like 50% of the case and this is like the 50% of the rest of the case. But, well, it still took over 8 hours to do so. What? I don't want to see you ever again in the rest of my cases. Disappear forever, Sasuke. Thank you. Oh, yes, at least, at last. Divine justice duly done. Divine justice? My dear fellow, if there were any divine justice in this world, you would shave that mustache. No, this has nothing to do with my mustache. Some say a luxuriant mustache is a sign of physical prowess, Mr. Sholmes. I disagree. Locum student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire, once again, you saved me from doom. But I like doom. You go pew pew. I'm very happy to have been able to help, Mr. Sasuke. Congratulations on your acquittal. Your second in almost as many days. I was first acquainted with and gained affection for English literature whilst in our great homeland empire. And then, by a twist of fate, I was brought to the land that bore the fruit of that literature. Only, the city of bricks and mortar became my prison. Try as I might, I never found my feet here. In the end, I confined myself to my room and lived a life through friendly old books. You've had such a difficult time, haven't you? Ah, but a week ago now. I dragged you out of that dark and dingy room of yours, did I not? You did, and I've seen more life in this week than in all my years to date. And for the first time, I feel like I've begun to see the true face of the English that's so far been hiding from me behind the wall of fog. My dear fellow, there's nothing special about the true face of the English, as you put it. Wheresoever one goes in the world, humans are human. There are few genuine differences. Yes, I think you're right. I finally started to see that Bob still comes to my chat and reminds me that another hour passed, and I've come to understand something. An hour passed. Hooray. I've worked out why I was attracted to the English literature in the first place. It made me see that whatever our nationality, we humans all have the same hopes and fears. We're all just doing our best to live. Well said. I've come to feel the same way. I've made a decision too. I'm going to cut my I'm going to cut short.
Can I English, please? I'm going to cut short my study tour here and return to Japan.
What? Just when we'd become friends here in England? What a terrible shame.
Oh, I know. That does tug at my heartstrings, it really does. But I've decided I would like to take everything I've learned here in Britain and write something of my own. A novel of sorts, I suppose.
Oh my! So you will be creating your own literature, Mr. Sasuke. How wonderful!
Oh, well, no, I mean, I wouldn't presume to call it a literature.
Why not? When that is precisely the definition, Mr. Mustache.
I suppose you're right, yes. It will, in a way, be literature. But as for now, all I know is that I would like to try my hand at writing. I have no delusions of grandeur.
I, for one, welcome our new overlords from beyond the sea of the dark void. I, for one, would love to read your work.
Well, all things considered, it may be for the best. After all, you have once again emerged victorious from a battle with the Reaper.
Ah, that's very true.
And there is no salvation for a person in the dock when the Reaper is the prosecutor.
The desire to return post-haste to the perceived safety of your homeland is one I quite understand.
My goodness, yes. Faced with such a terrifying prospect, nobody would consider that cowardly, I'm quite sure.
But that's not why I'm leaving. I mean it.
Okay.
And that was the case that we found ourselves embroiled in 6 months ago now. Sasuke-san did indeed return to Japan and submitted a report about both cases to the government. It was on reading that report that Professor Mikotoba was prompted to visit the scholar. And barely any time later, Sasuke-san was given the news that she... And barely any time later, Susie-san was given the news that she must return to Japan as well. On the back of a telegram stating falsely that her father had fallen gravely ill. The only possible explanation that comes to mind is what happened after the trial on the following day. The day that we uncovered the loot hidden by the now deceased convict in his former lodgings. And of course you're not going to show us before the next case, right?
Oh, well done, Mr. Sholmes. How simply marvelous of you to uncover the secret hiding place in just one day.
Wasn't it supposed to take 30 minutes?
As I believe I told you, my dear fellows, skin prints are extremely useful in such situations. Not in a room where everything is filled with books. Wouldn't you agree, Rex?
Oh god, here's Iris.
Rexy been happily munching in agreement with the whole time, you know, Hurley.
Happily? I think perhaps humorlessly might be closer to the truth.
So, it transpires the man fashioned...
Can I English? Come on!
So, it transpires the man fashioned a hiding place in the ceiling.
Huh?
But this is a building which is basically like the ceiling is the floor.
Huh? And what's in it? What exactly is the loot? Let us look then, if you're ready. Let's examine the late burglar's hall.
What is that?
It's a heart.
It looks to be some sort of neckband or collar.
Or a cat. Right? A collar. It's huge though.
It is? I mean, I look at it and the reason I suspect that it is actually small is because of this.
Like, there are like only like 2 holes, maybe a few more. So, strange.
And it looks all the gemstones set in it.
And look at all the gemstones set in it.
I can see why it was claimed to be worth £1,000. Perhaps I could have it as a belt.
Oh, you have noticed on the inside there? There are some dark stains.
Yeah, that's blood. As I just look at it when you mention it, it's like, yeah, that's blood. Most likely. You don't think there could be blood? Do you? I mean, there's quite a lot of it.
On second thoughts, perhaps I won't have it as a belt.
Then of course there's this emblem here. A large bee and a small crown.
B for B. What does it signify, do you think?
Oh, I hadn't noticed that. I feel as though I've seen that emblem somewhere before, you know? Where could it have been?
That's enough of that, I think.
What's the matter with Mr. Sholmes? All the color has drained from his face.
Well, Inspector, I believe you ought to be taking this, oughtn't you? It could be valuable. It could be valuable evidence after all. It must be kept safely under lock and key.
Hey, you goody of you. Hey, you. Yeah.
Never seen a collar that large before. And all those jewels certainly look to be extremely valuable. But that's not what stood out the most to me, at least not once I'd noticed it. Those dark marks on the inside of the collar, those stains. Could they really have been blood?
Well, that was a funny case, wasn't it? But it's all buttoned up now.
And you look very pleased, Iris.
I am. because I was starting to wonder what I could use as the basis of this month's story in the magazine. But in this case, this case will be perfect. It's been so fascinating.
You're talking about the latest installment of The Adventures of Sherlock Holmes, I presume. Installment with one L. I'm pretty sure that is mistake.
The mystery of the knife in the mist, and Mustache Man and the convict's curse, perhaps.
Mustached man.
I could make it a two-part story.
Oh, I can't wait.
A word, please, Iris.
Yes, what is it, Hurley?
I'm sorry, but you can't write about this case. It's out of question. It's out of the question.
What? Why not? It's a great case.
Then I shall have to insist that you limit yourself to the first of your two titles. The second must never be written.
Why? Is it simply because of the loot we found? He could just insist that we change what the loot was. I mean, this is why we play this case, right? Because it was like, oh, you remember that case with Sasuke? There were two. And it's like, huh?
Is that clear?
Yes.
And so it was that the second of Soseki-san's cases became buried in obscurity. Now, looking back, I feel I understand. I can see why Mr. Sholmes forbade Iris from publishing the story.
I don't.
It would take a little longer before I saw the link between everything that had happened and would happen. For it wasn't until 2 months after the arrival of Susato-san's letter that events began to unfurl again. With an incident that took place at the very heart of the eagerly awaited Great Exhibition of London.
And I know you cannot see it because I'm blocking it. You know, when you think about it, this series comes from Capcom. And I really don't understand why. You know, in court, I understand that you have like no voice acting. No, actually, I don't. No, actually, I don't. I don't understand. This is a Capcom game. Why is this latest? Well, those are one of the latest Ace Attorney games, I think, or at least among them. Why did Capcom never, like, pay voice actors for those games? I don't understand. And I say this because I've played visual novel games that were indie projects and they had 95% of the text they presented voice acted. And I speak about a game that was going on for, I don't know, 12 plus hours? So why would a company like Capcom not able to pay voice actors for their games? It would make the games so much better. It is especially weird because you play these games and there's no voice acting, and then randomly in between you get like jury members that suddenly can talk. Or this what we just had, where suddenly Naruhodo actually has a voice actor. And I'm like, huh? So yes, this finishes the second case of 6 cases of the second game in this Chronicle series. And brings us to the third case, which is only the 50% mark. The return of the great departed soul. Oh no. Oh no, that means Susie is going to come back to England. I think. Or it means something else, which I have a suspicion of. God. I mean, this was our last case, yeah? Okay. I will just say start it, but yeah. Introduction to it.
The grand end of the century great exhibition of London. Surely there is not a soul who has failed to hear of it. Wondrous new works of culture and industry from every corner of the globe had converged on Hyde Park.
Oh, right.
Welcoming over 50 million visitors. The last great hurrah of this century. Astonished and delighted people of all nations, and ended on a note of resounding success. But as regards to the terrible catastrophe that occurred during the festivities, very few are aware my friend Mr. Herlock Sholmes had a hand in unraveling the matter. For from the shadows, it was he who earnestly unearthed the facts of the case. And like the centerpiece of the great exhibition, which rose high into the skies of Hyde Park, Sholmes's brilliant deductions, as clear and lofty as the crystal tower itself, brought the truth to light.
We're here at the showground of the Great Exhibition, which is absolutely packed with people.
Oh, we have found the radio demon. That makes perfect sense. Again, voice acting suddenly in the game, but for the rest, no. Also question, why do we have this, and why do they build a crystal tower in London, which doesn't exist anymore today, I think. Not that I would know of. But yeah, this is gonna be where we're going to return to Ace Attorney. Holy moly, over 9 hours. You sound so enthusiastic. Yes, I'm so enthusiastic when it comes to Ace Attorney games. Like, no, another brain rot case that will make me more stupid.